not when it comes to something like that.
I haven't really tested it that much.
All right. Rylan is this young girl's name. I think she's 3. Doing a hockey move here. ESPN sent this out.
Oh, my God, that's loud, Rockstar.
Yeah.
Scared me to death.
There it is. That's look at the stick work
Holy
here
crap.
while balancing on that board and keeping her head up, looking down the ice.
Old man's got to be a hockey player, right?
I mean, look at that. I mean, it's not great for the hardwoods.
Could you do either one of those? Could you keep that ball in front of you with a hockey stick?
I think I could keep the ball in front
I
of
don't
the
know that
hockey
I
stick.
could.
There's no way I could do the other.
And for those that are on audio, you can check it out on my Instagram story. It's there. But as she keeps going, look at the smile coming up at the end here.
My gosh. How long has she been doing this? Like 30 seconds?
Just look at that smile at the end. That is unbelievable
That
stick
really
work
is.
there. Now do it when somebody defenseman's about to knock you into the boards.
On ice.
On ice. But I would imagine the on ice and the board there is a pretty like balance kind of thing, right? I mean, it's being on ice and being on that board, balancing yourself and not letting it touch.
Well, just trying the paddle board, it's one thing. It's relatively easy in the lake. You get a paddle board out in the waves in the ocean.
Oh gosh, it's over
and
with.
just a little bit of waves, having to ride that wave a little bit. I mean, even in the lake when a boat goes by. When old Mr. What's his guy from Caddyshack and his big boat in the lake.
Oh, Al Cervix.
Ted Knight.
Ted Knight. He's just not in the wake zone.
No,
there.
Ted Knight had the small boat.
Al Cervix had the big
Rodney
one.
Dangerfield had the big
He took over driving. Let me drive this thing.
Let's open it up. All right, that's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Central Time on the app and also on TuneIn and all of our streaming platforms. Thank you for being part of the show. A Mystery Fifth Hour podcast drops in a few minutes. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go live on a Thursday morning, ready to rock into an extended weekend.
Really?
If you get off tomorrow or Monday.
Who's off tomorrow or Monday?
Not us. We'll be here for you and with you all the way until 1 o'clock Central Time today. Fun show ahead. Bruce Feldman coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, hour number 2, Roman Harper, and hour number 3, along with Trash. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all lined up back there, working on getting microphones for Forrester and Lunsford very soon so we can just have everybody join the party throughout the summer. We'll start with what we saw last night in basketball and work our way to everything that is happening in the college football and NFL world today. We were in Tuscaloosa watching Alabama and LSU, the Tide, break that losing streak. But let's start down in Auburn with the nation's number 2 team in America. Man, you come out and you throw 52 up in the first half and score some points against a bad Georgia team, never in doubt. That's sort of, if you're Bruce Pearl, he talked about trap game, this and that. You want to see your team, who is so much better than Georgia, come out and never look sloppy, never put this one in doubt.
Look, I mean, trap game, we kind of laughed about that. Auburn went off as a 21.5-point favorite, and it was never in doubt. 6 Auburn Tigers in double figures. Georgia has now lost 7 straight. Auburn, on the other direction, has now won 14 consecutive games. It was never a contest.
Yeah, never in doubt, Brownie. Our buddy Charles Barkley in attendance, the 9th sellout of the year. They'll have their 10th coming up with Kentucky this weekend.
You think that's going to sell out?
Already sold out.
$315 for a standing room only. I think it's safe.
Hard to get into that one. Barkley won't be there for that. He'll be recording more commercials for the upcoming March Madness. So he was there last night to watch this Auburn team. He believes Auburn, Kentucky, or Purdue could win the national championship. He doesn't buy Gonzaga, doesn't buy Arizona, UCLA, other teams in the mix. He thinks 2 of the 3 teams in his mind that could win the national championship play in Auburn on Saturday.
First of all, I got a random observation about this game I'd like to come back to before we move on, so don't forget that. Secondly, a lot of people would say, God, guys, they played Georgia. Georgia's the worst team in the league, which they are. But I've always said, and I say this more in football than I do in basketball, there's a way you're supposed to beat those teams. Like, can I take anything away from Georgia beating Vandy the way Georgia beat Vandy this year? Yeah, I can. They stomped them early and never let them up. That's the way mentally strong teams beat those types of teams. They don't take a night off mentally. Like, Alabama's not a real mentally strong team. They took a night off at Missouri, and what happened? They got beat by one of the other worst teams in the league. So for Auburn, this is the way you're supposed to play these games. You're supposed to go in and stomp Georgia, make it a no game early, a no contest early, and basically coast home. And that's exactly what they did.
Okay.
Bruce did point this out last night, and I think if there is one thing, because I think I asked this to Dane Bradshaw, if there is a weakness with this Auburn team, what is it? And he was like, it's hard to say. And this might just be nitpicking a little bit, but Bruce brought this up after the game. We're fouling too much, allowing teams to go to the line too much, and we're not shooting enough free throws. They only attempted 9 free throws last night.
At home, too, by the way.
When you got a couple of dominant bigs in Kessler and Jabari, and a lot of this is on guards, being able to take it to the rack and draw some fouls there. But, to only shoot 9 free throws You got to get to the stripe more.
I've always thought, though, that, shooting free throws it takes two to shoot free throws. You got to have somebody willing to play defense. And when you give up 52 in the first half, I'm not sure Georgia was bought in on fouling anybody. You got to get close enough to foul somebody to send other teams to the free throw line.
But I'll never forget this. I grew up a North Carolina basketball fan, and I've since kind of tapered off. But the late, great Dean Smith said, if we can make more free throws than our opponent's attempt during a game, we'll win 90% of our games.
That's true.
And I believe that, too. But, again, you gotta be playing a team. Like there'll be a lot more free throws in the Auburn-Kentucky game this weekend. You'll have two teams bought in defensively, and we'll see if Auburn's able to get to the free throw line a little bit. Before you give us your random thought, Bruce Pearl last night about the 50 spot up in the first half for his Tigers.
I thought we were making shots. We held those guys down pretty good. We turned them over, pretty well. Got some points off turnovers. I thought we shared it, and we shot it pretty well. I think in the first half from three, we made 7 threes in the first half, so that helped us a lot. But we were in a great energy in the building. The environment once again was fantastic here in this arena. Appreciate all of our fans more than I can even begin to tell you.
Bruce Pearl last night with another sellout. Looking forward to that. Your random observation was?
There was a day when a college basketball coach would not have been caught dead in a suit that was less than $2,500, especially primo, like upper level college coaches, Jay Wrights of the world, right? Those guys always look like they are just straight out of some men's fashion store.
And by the way, they most of the time had custom tailors that paid for their suits.
That's right. Yeah, I mean those guys didn't pay for them. I'm not saying the $2,500 came out of their pocket, but it was a $2,500 suit. Last night, Tom Crean, and I don't care, but it's just funny. Tom Crean's coaching that game in a hoodie.
Yeah,
I'm like, man, how far the pandemic brought us.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's all because of the pandemic.
It was.
Well, and
it's
he's probably saving money because he's going to be out of job at the end of the year.
It's the weirdest holdover from the pandemic, though, Rockstar. Like, for some reason, we just started dressing down. And again, I always thought it was kind of silly that the coaches dressed like that. But, like, Will Wade last night, I mean, at least we're about to play Nate Oates. He's in a sport coat, open collar. But Will Wade last night, he's just in a random pullover. Those guys used to never be.
You know what it didn't transfer over to? Baseball. They're still wearing
that's still absurd. Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
The more interesting thing, going back to the Hake Stram days, remember Mike Nolan for San Francisco for a couple of years?
He was the very last holdout.
Would wear a suit on the sideline of the NFL, which looks so strange.
It really does.
But even in baseball, Rockstar, you don't see the managers oftentimes wearing the jersey anymore. There's a lot of pullovers and batting practice warm-ups and such.
He's still got the breeches and
the pants. Yep. Yeah, they still have that on. But a lot of times,
I think the pullover covers the gut.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot more comfortable. But that's where it goes to. I mean, Bob Huggins, who was on our show recently, was always in.
Yeah, he never changed.
He was always in the pullovers
right.
and slacks or whatever he wears down low. And the Maui. The shootouts, those tournaments, they always had the Hawaiian shirts and such. The Olympics, always were in coaching golf shirts and such. And it did start in the pandemic. I miss the suits.
Oh, do you now?
Well, I mean, I miss the suits because of just how sloppy Will Wade looked last night. I mean, Will Wade, I'm sitting there watching him.
Tom Crean was in a hoodie.
Well, I know, but I'm behind his bench, and, Tom Crean's in a little bit better shape than Will Wade. He's got my gut. And in that shirt with that gut and his constant whining, it was just not a good look for him.
Well, it looks like he's coaching Little League on a Saturday morning.
Yeah. And he's always got his hands up like this because he's whining about every call, which is just, really showing off the inner tube around his waist there. It was just a bad look. He needed to be suited up, tailored to where it took away from the midsection.
Like, we'll have a ton of holdovers from the pandemic, which most of them will be unfortunate. This is just a weird holdover. It's like these guys finally got out of those custom-made suits and like, thank God. I could just throw on a hoodie and go coach a crappy basketball team.
Because, their one casual weekend a couple of years ago was the Coaches for Cancer, where they would wear sneakers.
With their $2,500 suit. Yeah.
Walker Kessler with 15 last night. 6 more blocks. Auburn leads the country in blocks. 6 in double figures. No contest. Auburn 17-1, 83-60 over Georgia. Kentucky comes from behind and survives Texas A&M. So the game is set for 12 noon. 2 of the best teams in the country, Auburn and Kentucky. down at Auburn Arena.
Hey, beginning this month, Wayne's Pest Control is introducing their new Smart Pest solution. It combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring in the places you don't want to go look for the rodents. They take care of it. Smart Pest, the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. You can get it. 866-WAYNES1, and you can save $60 off your initial service when you mention the code TNR for the next round. It helps us and it helps you. 866-WAYNES1 and the code TNR.
Meanwhile, in Tuscaloosa, some of you noticed Jack Nicholson, a.k.a. Lance Taylor, sitting right there on the court during the basketball game. We appreciate all the tweets rolling in. Now, coming in, LSU is one of the better defending teams in the country. In fact, they were number one in defensive efficiency. And when you're really good in defense, that can sometimes make for a little sloppy play. We saw a sloppy game in Tuscaloosa, and the best thing you could say is Alabama broke a losing streak and beat another top 15 team.
Look, found a way to win, 7 of 34 behind the arc. I mean, this team just can't hit perimeter shots right now. 0 of 15 in the second half. How do you go 0 of 15 in the second half? You miss 11 free throws, and you win the game.
That really made it. At one point, didn't you have a 14-point lead?
13-point lead.
13. They stretched it to 13.
After the Will Wade technical, which
I
I was convinced he was going to get thrown out.
I think he wanted to. You know, it's funny. I was driving to Odie's to do trivia and was listening to the Sirius XM, and they weren't carrying Chris and passing. They were carrying the LSU, and it was your boy John Brady and the LSU play-by-play guy. And like for 2 or 3 trips, Brady was like, Will's about to get a technical. And the play-by-play guy, how do you know? He goes, I know. He's about to get a technical. And then when they pinned that one against the backboard, blocked it against the backboard, Brady just said, here it comes. and Wade, I think he wanted to get tossed.
He went out on the court and, he gave up free throws that ended up really almost being the difference in the contest there. But it did inspire his team, I guess, is why coaches get technical fouls like that, to make a rally. It started raining in 3 points and got back into the game.
Well, the last thing I wanted to see was that 3 go down at the end to take that thing to overtime. I was ready to get the hell out of there.
That was the biggest that was the biggest reaction on Twitter was I thought that was Lance sitting courtside, but it's the second half, and that's so un-Lance-like.
Well, it's
He's set in super glue.
Well, my buddy Jimmy, he's got seats there.
They got seat belts on
and
those.
He's got a really quick way to get out.
Yep. Oh, there's Lance.
Yeah, and that's Jimmy checking his phone there with the vest. But he's got a kind of a back cave way out. So he's like, trust me, we're going to be able to get out of here quickly. Don't worry about it. We can wait until the horn. We'll be fine. To me, the biggest play was, and he almost landed on me, when Darius Days went out with the sprained ankle in the first half.
Yeah.
When you lose that senior leadership, a guy that is a really good defender, a really good rebounder, I thought that was the difference in the game.
And for Alabama, it breaks that 3-game losing streak, 70-67 over LSU. And as LT said, 0 of 15 in the second half from 3-point range. But that's the 4th top 15 win for Alabama this year. Their only loss is to Auburn of those ranked teams that high in the country.
Yeah.
So they're 4-1 against the top 15 in the country. That's why Alabama is, despite being 3-3 in the league and 12-6 overall, is still in such a sweet spot when it comes to the NCAA tournament.
And as Royal Payne points out this morning on Twitter to us at Next Round Live, is they're not done either. They got 5 more games against the current top 10 in the Ken Pom. And he says if you go right now, look at it right now, they will eventually have played 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, and 15. In the Ken Pom. That is a heck of a schedule. And I saw a graphic, and I wish I could remember who. I think it was Ken Pom, that still Alabama's schedule, and this is why even with the rough start in conference play, they are not in tournament trouble, Rockstar. These are not must-win games.
Yeah, we're not on the bubble.
We're not on the bubble.
They're not must-win, but it would
be nice.
It
Yes.
wouldn't hurt.
Well,
Yes.
last night it was nice.
But that strength of schedule will save Alabama if they can't turn this around in conference play.
This would have been their first 4-game losing streak in 4 years, and I brought this up to Wimp 8 days ago on the show. So his weekly appearance on Wednesday, a week from yesterday. Do you think that Nate Oates maybe, because they're struggling a little bit, mixes up this starting lineup? And he was like, I don't think so, because I brought up Gurley being inserted into the starting lineup, and now he started back-to-back games. Gary's gone to the bench. Now J.D. Davison gets that first start. Quinterly goes to the bench, and Quinterly made some big shots. Quinterly is really aggressive. Now, he was 6 of 16 from the field, but he's still an aggressive guy that can get you points in bunches.
You guys help me out. I think JQ came off the bench last year, right?
He did,
He was always a bench guy. So it was like Nate was trying to recreate last year a little bit by bringing him off the bench. and starting JD last night, and it worked for the Tide. They get the win over LSU, so that's what happened in basketball last evening. UAB not playing until Saturday as they hit the road at Louisiana Tech, and we'll get to some more basketball throughout the show, but it was a major day in both the NFL and college football, and we'll sort of spread that out a little bit. We'll talk a little developing news in the National Football League after I tell you about our buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. You know, Greg from Pell City, one of those guys that you can trust. He's been locally owned for 20 years, and when we've got storms in the south, you'll see fly-by-night people come into your neighborhood and try to basically do a half-you-know-what job and take your money and run back across the state borders. That's not Greg. Locally owned. You can see him on social media and interact with him all the time. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Trustworthy, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Listen, the reason I tell you about Greg is because when you need your roof inspected or when you need your roof repaired, I want you to go to someone trusted that you're not going to get robbed. That's Greg from Pell City. Storm Restoration Roofing, respected, A-plus rated Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies love him. They love working with him. They trust him. He's got great warranties, and he'll give you a free, no-cost inspection. Absolutely free. 205-542-3531. 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook. Contact him that way. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing. One big story getting ready for the playoffs this weekend. First game out of the gate on Saturday, 3:30 CBS, Bengals and Titans. Titans a 3.5-point favorite in that game. Derrick Henry expected to start in that game. There was been, speculation he was going to play a lot, maybe even start. But for them to come out now and say he's expected to start, that gives me a little bit more of a gut feeling that he is close to or 100%. What about you guys?
I don't know. He hasn't played since Halloween, and I was talking to Lunsford, our resident Titans fan, yesterday about this. He's been so quiet. We haven't seen any footage of him running. Yep. Any kind of practice.
No workout videos. He has shared those before.
Yeah. Everything has been so quiet and on the down low right now. I don't know. I assume if he plays, workload's going to be 100%. I expect him to get 25 to 30 touches. I just don't know if he's going to play.
Yeah. He met the media yesterday, and that was the first time anybody had seen him or heard from him at all. And Vrabel is one of those guys that when he's doing his news conference, all he wants to talk about is the next game. He is not one of those that will give you anything on Derrick Henry. So to Lance's point, this has been very cloak and dagger almost. The guy went into hiding after this foot injury, at least from the media and social media and things like that. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know if he's in game shape. Derrick Henry is one of the best conditioned players we've ever seen. I mean, the guy's chiseled out of granite.
How long can he hold up, though? And I think we had this discussion yesterday.
He gets better late.
That's does, but Derrick Henry right now is 28 years old.
Yep.
Over the last 41 games since the start of 2019, he's got over 1,000 rushing attempts. And that's what missing a good bulk of this year.
I would want to be on the hook for his contract for 2 more years. That's what I would want to be on the hook for.
Yeah, he seems like the guy, we always had that ledge at 30 for running backs, and it's gone a little bit. It's crept up a little bit. He seems like that 30 is going to hit him.
Yeah, you say that, but Lane Kiffin ran him to death the year he won the Heisman. And he seemed like he was his best at the end of every single game.
Yep. And I don't, when I say 100%, I don't expect that, though, Saturday.
Yeah.
I expect him 100% earlier in the game, and then when we get to the end, there's no way he can have his stamina back without having played, in my opinion, but maybe we'll be surprised. How big is it, though, that Henry is back in this game for the Titans?
Well, it's huge. I mean, you look at Deontay Foreman has done a really good job of kind of feeling in, but I mean, this is a different offense, and I just don't know if you trust Ryan Tannehill to win you a postseason game. He needs that balance, and Derrick Henry's a guy that can take a game over, and Cincinnati hasn't been great against the run.
CBS this weekend for that one. That's the first of 4 divisional games that we'll talk about throughout the show. Forster, do we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers tweet? The uniform. Here's the uniform the Bucs will be rolling with Sunday in the game.
Is that the old? That looks a little bit like the old Pewter Scooter era.
Well, it's the 2002s. That's what we've been wearing. I bring this up because it's a home white jersey we'll be wearing, just like last week.
I thought we were going to wear all bone. So now are we forced to wear blue?
Yep. Well, you can't wear white because we chose that, and there was a reason why we chose white because we didn't want you in the bone.
Why?
Yeah. Well, we dominated them in the bone.
Yeah, we don't want to see the bone.
Oh, I know. I mean,
We're not-
Bruce Arians gets caught up in this stuff.
I
You've
thought
already,
about,
if Bruce Arians is thinking about
Yeah.
this, you've already won the game.
No,
Lance.
I did think about this, Brown. I swear I thought about it the other day that, we wore the bone at home, and there's no way Tampa's going to overthink their uniform combination.
Right.
Because I was hoping that we would come out in white. I hate when we wear the blue, and we don't play nearly as well in the blue.
Oh.
But
Okay, well, wait a minute. Let me tap the brakes then. If y'all
Did you see Kyler Murray?
if y'all are
Who's
thinking about-
head?
Yeah, Rockstar's right. What color were y'all wearing against Kyler Murray?
no, but that was the throwback with the yellow pant.
Oh, yes.
My
It's a
gosh.
big difference. I'm telling you, man. When they wear blue on blue, it's a complete loser. They've never won blue on blue with the
My
new combo.
wife thinks less about this in the closet.
I'm just telling you. But obviously, Bruce Arians. But I'm a little surprised that they thought about this.
Well, I'm not
That
sure
is kind of weak.
I'm not sure we thought about it. It's just what we wore this past weekend. We're just wearing
yeah.
it again.
Just randomly.
We're in a home playoff roll in the whites with the pewter pants. Pewter power, my man.
That is it.
I just hope we go back to the yellow pant.
That was your best uniform. I like it better than the creamsicle. I know
I
everybody
do too.
everybody gets caught up in the past uniforms, but that was the best era of the Buccaneers uniform.
2002s were
Warwick
the
Dunn.
best. Yep.
Yeah,
And you know
whatever
who-
Warwick Dunn wore, that was it.
You know how we brought those back?
How?
Those were the ones, and this is no joke. Those were the ones Tom Brady wanted to wear.
Well, then I would have done it.
Because they had those hideous uniforms when Jameis Winston was the quarterback.
That
with
made it look worse.
With the brown
Yeah,
and
it's
the pewter
awful.
shoulder pads
Awful,
and
yeah.
multicolored stripes right here, and it was the worst uniform in the NFL.
And Brady wanted this one back.
And Brady, when he signed, he wanted to go back to the 2002s.
You could wear the creamsicle this weekend. Brady's won 9 consecutive divisional games.
It doesn't matter what he's in.
Doesn't lose this round.
That's right.
Yeah, that's okay. You come out in your little blue on blues, and we'll see what happens. Everyone was reacting. It was like, thank God they're wearing white at home. We don't have to see those horrible bone uniforms. TR says, hate the bone.
I like the bone.
Hate the bone.
That bone we like.
We like that bone.
Ron got it off.
Tone the bone. He said, what? Creamsicle now and forever? No. Best NFL unis are the Bucks. Thank you, TR.
No, they're not.
You think Alabama and Penn
TR.
State fans listen to this and they're like, what is this all about?
Yeah. Changing the uniforms.
Yeah, changing the uniforms? Yeah, we had changed our uniforms since 1920.
All right, when we come back, big day in the portal. Big day of people saying, I'm coming back. I'm not leaving. I'm not going to sell Allstate insurance right now in the state of Georgia. I'm going to do something else. And the reaction to Stetson the fourth coming back on the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Back with you on The Next Round. If you're a Division I baseball fan, D1 baseball with their preseason top 25. Here's your top 5, Brownie. Tell me if there's a pattern here.
Okay.
Texas is 1.
Yep.
Arkansas is 2. Vandy is 3. Mississippi State's 4. Ole Miss is 5.
Do we count Texas yet?
Not yet, but you eventually
one,
will.
One day that'd be an all SEC top 5. People lose their mind about that.
I mean, are you kidding me?
That's crazy.
Number 8 is LSU. Number 9 is Florida. Number 16 is Georgia. And number 19 is Tennessee. That's D1's preseason top 25 baseball. Before we do college football, LT is going to tell us about the great folks at Precision Sports.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit us at precisionsportsortho.com.
BB on Twitter and then from Furlio chat room at Next Round Live. What is the lineup for the NFL this weekend? Haven't seen the lineup of the game. It is Bengals, Titans first on Saturday, then 49ers and Packers.
Is that CBS Fox?
CBS 3:30, Fox 7:15. Then on Sunday, late start 2 o'clock on NBC for Rams and Bucks, and then a 5:30 CBS game for Bills and Chiefs. And then they'll move to the championship Sunday to see who goes and plays in the Super Bowl. So what are you down to 7 remaining NFL games?
Yep. That's sad, Jim.
And that's the competitive football we have left coming up this year. But we found out a couple of folks are on the move from the Georgia Bulldogs, one moving right back into the starting lineup, you assume, and one competent wide receiver hitting the portal. Let's start with Stetson. Stetson Bennett yesterday on the same exact day that JT Daniels officially enters the portal. It's been talked about for 2 days.
Nobody's surprised at that one.
But JT officially in the portal. as on Instagram, Stetson Bennett right here says 1 more year. There's the post from Stetson if you're watching us on YouTube today or Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. There you go. 1 more year for Stetson Bennett. And as expected, not every Georgia fan thrilled about this decision.
I mean, you brought this up the other day when we were in Indianapolis.
And it was a great point by me.
Wow. It's like he caught himself in the middle of it. Like he's like, I said it out loud.
Yeah, did I say that?
It was a great point.
I didn't think it was. I was like, Lance, what else is the guy going to do? What were Stetson Bennett's options here? Give me Stetson Bennett's options.
Well, the options were just kind of call my shot. I'm done with football.
Okay.
Yes, that's one option.
And you would want to do that. Why?
Well, because you don't come back and lose your job in the middle of your final season.
Yeah, but do you think Stetson Bennett right now is worried about losing his job?
Well, he's not right now, but fast forward to mid-September.
But he's making this decision right now. That's what I'm
but
saying.
he can still be Nick Foles, even if he was standing on the sideline. He's still got a ring. He's a guy that led them to a national championship, even if he was a backup quarterback.
It does, but it doesn't feel the same. I mean, because even right now, even today, doesn't exactly feel the same because some Georgia fans who love him are sitting here going, oh, he's coming back.
Well,
and what is this going to cost us? And that's what they're concerned about.
What's your favorite?
What is this going to cost us?
What's your favorite thing in life to do?
Worry.
That is true.
Oh, it's my favorite thing?
I
thought you asked me what I did the most.
I cannot argue that. That is so true.
Go to walk-ons.
Yeah, give me one more.
Okay,
give me the one past that.
Okay,
yes.
Obviously number 1.
Yeah, I know.
Shout out
All right,
Alabama Men's Clinic.
Number 2.
Keeping me in the game.
Number 2.
I don't know. I don't list these things like this. I enjoy a lot of things.
Doing the show.
I enjoy sunsets. I enjoy doing the show.
Okay, there you go. Doing the show. This is a good example then, right?
The show at sunset would be fantastic.
What's on your calendar today?
TNR.
Did you get an alert?
9 to 1.
Were you the first one here this morning?
I was.
So what if at the end of today's show, Rockstar walked in and said, Jim, that might have been your best performance ever. I mean, I cannot remember you doing a better show than you did on this particular day. I think it's a good time for you to walk away.
By the way, words we'll never hear.
I know. No, Rockstar would never tell you
That's what I was
that.
about to say.
Yes,
I may shut it down.
Yeah, Rockstar will never
And
tell
there's
you
no
this.
way you thought I was being sarcastic either, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, would you really want to do that? Would you want to say, you know what, Rockstar's right. I don't think I could do any better. I got all the reads in. Man, all my reads were solid. We got all the topics I wanted to talk about. The guests were on time.
I feel you, Brown. And by the way, there's no
So
other
walk
option.
away.
The only option for Stetson Bennett is to come back to Georgia.
Yeah, go sell insurance. Jim. Go sell insurance.
But there's two things here. Stetson isn't making a living that's going to take him to the end doing quarterbacking Georgia. Right?
But it's what he loves.
This is what I do for a living. It's not what he
But
does
you're going to
for a
go do
living.
another living. Go sell insurance. You can't do any better
by
than the
way,
show you just
Stetson
did.
didn't start the first 3 games of the year.
He did not.
Stetson, I think he relishes the underdog role. Now he's won a national championship. And by the way, how much money will Stetson make in NIL next year?
A lot.
A lot.
Even if he's not playing.
Yeah, and
Though he does not have, we're told, a smartphone. He shut that down. He
had
has
a
a
flip
flip phone,
Yep.
so he's not on social media.
That's-
He created an Instagram account. Got back on Instagram to post that yesterday.
So you got a girlfriend?
Well, he probably does now.
Maybe
if he
2
didn't.
if he's got a flip phone.
Yeah.
Half of Athens probably. But I just don't understand that train of thought as you just did the best you could do. Walk away and go sell insurance.
Well, I mean,
or
why
go
did
start a car lot.
Why
or-
did John Elway walk away after the second one?
Because he was
old.
old and it was time to retire. He had an incredible career and he knew I don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I think, look, we're missing your good point.
My good point was, what's it going to cost Georgia? That's why
That's-
Georgia
okay, well,
fans are
yes.
worried.
That's
what's
the
it
good
going to cost
point,
Georgia?
because you've got Vandergrift there, you've got Beck there, you've got Gunnar Stockton coming in. And if these are the next Justin Fields, we'll just use that example because he was once there and he ended up leaving because he wasn't playing. If you run off a elite quarterback to keep Stetson Bennett, that's the Georgia fan fear. And I understood your point. I didn't believe it until you actually said it out loud because it is hard to imagine Stetson Bennett, what he was able to accomplish bringing that first national championship in 41 years, for him not to be the starting quarterback. But I think it's even money right now.
Oh, no, but who would you put the other money on?
I have no idea.
See, that's the thing, though. Like I asked Luganbill, I was a little surprised by Luganbill's answer yesterday. I asked him to rank the 3, Gunnar Stockton, Carson Beck, and Brock Vandegrift. And he ranked them. I can't even remember the order he ranked them in. But he said, I'm not sold on any of them.
Well, you heard who his wild card was. Caleb Williams is yet to announce. Everybody else is
Got
going
to
to
go
USC.
He's got to, though.
What's he waiting on, though?
Why did Jackson Dart
Maybe he was
leave?
waiting on Stetson Bennett. Because you don't want to go to Georgia if Stetson Bennett's going to hang around, because you're not starting the first game. Because Kirby's
I don't know.
Kirby's hands are like this right now.
You believe the first game is the most dangerous game.
It is, and you can't roll anybody else out there but Stetson Bennett
That's
if he's on
true.
the roster.
That's 100% true.
Kirby Smart has zero decisions to make.
And
now.
you know what
he
scares?
has to play Stetson.
You know what
Bennett.
scares me just a little bit? If I'm Caleb Williams, it scares me just a little bit. Is I don't really have to play bad to lose my job to Stetson Bennett. I just got to go out with an ankle injury. I mean, look at JT Daniels.
Yeah, oblique.
Oblique. I mean, it wasn't even, he didn't tear his ACL. He had an oblique injury. I mean, you get back from that in a couple games. But Stetson Bennett's done this twice now, hasn't he? A quarterback has gone out injured and Stetson's taken over, and Kirby's been like, is he better than the other guy? No, but we're winning games. Why do I want to screw this up?
Can I bring this up? At this age, quarterbacks, year by year, are supposed to progress and get better. Going back to the old Joe Burrow,
Yeah.
I know he had weapons around him. But Stetson Bennett in 2020 to Stetson Bennett in 2021 was almost night and day. So let's just imagine Stetson Bennett gets better this year. I thought Stetson Bennett was a really good college quarterback this year. If he gets even better, then he's almost a B+/A quarterback in college football.
Maybe gets an NFL look at that point. Maybe so.
I saw one of these Georgia fans, though, because you mentioned the Georgia fans got upset, and this is what we do now. We go find the extremes on Twitter. You know, we paste those together and you know, collage, and we tweet that out like, oh, look at Georgia fans' reaction. I can't believe that.
And then everyone reacts to, oh, I can't believe these people are saying this.
Yeah, right. That's what we do now, and because of social media. I did read some of them, though, and one guy was like, great, we've lost Burton, which I know we're about to get to that. It's going to cost us Brock Bowers, too. I'm like, are you kidding me? Stetson Bennett made Brock Bowers the best tight end in the country this year. Why would Brock Bowers leave?
Why would he leave?
I mean, that's the dumbest thing I've ever read.
Brock Bowers has got 2 more years in Athens. He'll dominate, and then he's on to the NFL, and he's top 10 pick.
But, I mean, Stetson Bennett was the one throwing him the ball all year, right? He was the best tight end in America,
he had to make some adjustments on some of those catches that made him look like a better tight end.
That's right.
That gets you in the pros is what that does.
He doesn't want anybody laying it on the numbers.
Stetson wants you to earn it.
That's the way he's going to be when he's an investment banker in 2 years, right? So,
But you know, another reason why, if you're a confident, cocky Georgia fan, and maybe if you're confident, cocky Kirby Smart, you're not worried about this, because now you got Stetson Bennett back for a year, and in the back of your mind, you probably think you got Arch Manning the year after that.
You hope you have Arch Manning. It seems like there's so many people in the Arch Manning pool.
it really does. Well, and there are probably only 2 swimming in the deep end or the shallow end, whichever one's the better end in that pool. It's Alabama and Georgia in all likelihood. And you know, Luca Bill made a great point yesterday with Stetson Bennett staying. It puts Alabama and Georgia in the same rotation now. Bennett's going to play 1 more year. Bryce Young's going to play 1 more year. So
is the expectation Arch starts immediately?
I would think that's probably the Manning family expectation, is that he would go a place where he could start immediately, and you could do that at both places now.
Or at least by year 2.
Yeah, at least by year 2.
That's what I said earlier. You know, if I'm the father, or you know, whoever is the authoritative figure in the life of an elite quarterback, I don't necessarily have a problem with them sitting for 1 year and learning the system. It's that second and third year, I want my kid to be the starting quarterback and then on to the NFL.
That's exactly right. And you know, Bryce Young's on a perfect trajectory, right? Sits a year, wins a ring. Next year wins the Heisman in a championship game. Then he's got 1 more year, draft stock, goes off to the NFL.
But I think this is the only option for Stetson. I ran into our friend Slade Bolden yesterday down in Tuscaloosa. Just a random occurrence, ran across him, thanked him for what he did for us, the contribution. I know he's not listening to the show, and this is not a shot again, but I was having a conversation with some people at dinner when he walked off. And to me, look, he is dead set on going to the NFL, and I hope he gets drafted.
Good for him.
I hope he has one of these incredible careers, a Scotty Miller maybe for your Tampa Bay Bucks.
Love that.
Yeah, that made some big grabs even in the NFC Championship game last year. But I was just thinking to myself, and I said it out loud, the kid would come back as your leading returning receiver with a Heisman Trophy quarterback, with a team that's favored to win another national championship, would have NIL deals all over the place, would already be graduated, so he could just hang out here at Innisfree all the time outside of playing football. Sounds like a great life to me, or at least a great semester.
What'd you eat at Innisfree last night?
I had their turkey sandwich and the waffle fries.
Oh.
And they've got this gold like dipping sauce. It's got a little spice to it.
Yeah.
Really good.
I wish I'd have done that. I was at a different restaurant.
But you were invited to come with us.
I know.
I thought that was going to happen.
No,
oh,
he was
I didn't get the
invited.
invite.
Yeah. So that was
I
a
had bad
shocking
reception. I
development.
probably didn't get that text.
No. I was invited, and I appreciate the invitation. I rode with other friends, and we made a different choice that didn't sound that good.
Did you order wrong by chance?
I did.
This place, can you name the place?
No, I'm not going to name the place.
What'd you get though?
Well, this place is known for wings, and
Right.
both of them got wings, and they looked delicious. I was not about to go into what turned out to be only about 7,800 fans, however many were there, but I wasn't going to go to a packed arena, I thought. And after gnawing on, it was an hour before tip.
Breathe on people with meat in your teeth.
It would meat in your teeth,
Right.
gnawing on a chicken, chicken wing.
caveman.
So what'd you
Right.
go with?
Salad
Salad?
with the chicken fingers or the boneless wings. They call them boneless wings, but who are we kidding?
With the
chicken
boneless
fingers.
wings, do you use fork and knife to cut?
I did in this case, yeah. Because they were covered in sauce.
What sauce did you get?
It came with these were, I think, slamming hot or something.
So you ordered wrong.
I did. The wings looked fantastic.
Yeah. Did they go to the game, your friends, with
Yeah.
wings all in their teeth and all? Were they
Both
embarrassed?
both they did. I don't know if they were embarrassed or not, but
Were you embarrassed for them?
I could tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I do enjoy eating the wing more when I'm going to go straight home or taking the wing home.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
with
you
you.
get like
Yeah.
the,
Love a good
the
wing.
orange
That's right.
fingernails. You do
Wi-
have the meat coming out.
Wings and ribs, you cannot eat them without dental floss afterwards.
And corn on the cob.
And corn on the cob, yep.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Wait a second. Whiteboard time. I want to see if we can. I love it when we play match game.
Okay.
Well, you have your own.
I do.
And by the way, I know where you went to eat last
I do
night. without
too.
even
We're not doing that,
writing
are we?
No,
down.
we're not doing
Okay.
that. I want you to, Rockstar, do you have your dry erase board?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, grab your dry erase board. Everybody write the best wing eater, chicken wing eater that you've ever seen eat a wing. See if we can go 4 for 4 here.
I don't know if Rockstar has seen this.
I bet we at least go 3 for 3.
Now, I watch a lot of hot ones, so I've seen some guys on there that do
Yeah.
a really good job, but because I don't personally know them,
Yeah.
I'll go in the direction that I have a feeling that all you guys are going to go.
For Scott's purposes, what order are we going in here so he knows how to do the
we will
single
go,
shots?
We'll go Rockstar last because that is the precarious
Yeah.
pick here. We'll
I
go.
think,
the wild
I
card.
think he's got it too.
We'll go Brown, me, LT, and then Rockstar, left to right. We'll start with Brown, the best wing eater you've ever seen.
Wimp Sanderson.
Wimp
nothing
Sanderson.
but bone.
Okay.
There is nothing but bone left. That's
for,
it.
For me, best wing eater I've ever seen. It is Wimp. There is nothing left. It's like it's been dropped into a pool of what's those fish that allegedly eats everything?
Piranhas?
Piranhas. Piranhas have eaten that wing.
Yeah, ironically, the first time I saw him eat a wing, it was from my friend, the late Jeff Bajaya, the great Jeff Bajaya. He brought him from Domino's, and he just takes it, puts it like touches his tonsils, and then pulls it straight out, and it's a
There's
complete bone.
nothing on it. It's nothing but bone.
really
Yeah.
is like
It's
the
crazy.
piranha.
He eats it like a cartoon.
Yep.
I guess I didn't get the memo, but
No, well, you've probably never seen it. That's what I said. Who did
I
you go
chose
with?
Wimp Sanderson.
The Wimp. The Wimp. The Wimp.
It's crazy, man. It really is.
I mean, LT is right. It's like a cartoon where you see him put the piece of meat
Yep.
and it pulls the bone
See,
out and
I
there's nothing
worry
left.
about like I'm going to choke on something on that wing if I do it like that.
Well,
So I take like 4 bites off the wing.
He eats the cartilage and everything.
He does. Every piece of it.
Everything.
Nothing but bone left, literally.
So like we're going to do a Hot Wings challenge coming up, just kind of letting people behind the scenes. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, probably in the next couple of weeks to a couple of months.
Apparently, we're not doing it right before an Alabama basketball game.
But rock stars like me, I love spicy food, but I just can't handle it. So I'm going to be the guy that takes the little nibble.
Oh, mine are gonna be put like on chicken fingers. I cannot do wings. So
Yeah, some of those dudes on Hot Wings, they're supposed to, because they said Reddit dogs out the guy that doesn't like clean the entire wing, but some of them,
I don't.
with that hot sauce, will clean the entire wing.
Yeah, drums or flat?
I'm
Everyone
drums.
is asking.
I'm drums.
Both for Wimp. He eats them both the same way.
Yeah.
There is not one piece of meat left on there.
Are you a drum or flat?
I enjoy the drum. I know that's technically not a chicken wing. Flats or the wing itself.
I like the drum.
I'm drum. Drum's just easy.
It is easy. Rocky? Oh, you don't eat them.
That smell, just that.
That smell is incredible. I'm getting my mouth's watering just thinking about the smell of
makes
wings
my
right
nose
now.
hurt.
Yeah. All right. That is the Wimp Sanderson, who is the best chicken wing eater of all time. And Stetson Bennett is back to not many, but a few Georgia fans' dismay. They're worried about what they're going to end up losing. Who else is in the portal? What has Alabama excited? And Bruce Feldman, straight around the corner, part of our show today, being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. If you're looking for a way to improve your company today, you don't have to be a startup like us, right? If you're already an existing company that maybe wants to look maybe to save a little money with payroll or HR or get a better performance from payroll or HR or other things, this is the place to go.
Yeah, there's no reason to not at least make the phone call just to see the money that Simpio could possibly save you. Again, when we created the next round, one of the first phone calls we made was to Simpio because they're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars. That is compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year, no annual contract, meaning you can get out at any time. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or for more information online, go to Simpio.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Michael, did you guys see the West Virginia news reporter who got hit by a car on live television? Yeah, our buddy Scott Forrester has sent that out. We'll do it a little bit later on in the show.
Was it bad?
Yeah, I want you to react to it live. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I've always thought about this, watching my friends in local TV do these live shots on the side of the road.
I almost got hit in Indy.
By a car?
Yeah. We were taking a picture. I went with a big group, and we were right outside of Lucas Oil Stadium. And, like, after the group shot, I just kind of backed up, and one of these cars had come through a yellow light. It was a minivan.
Jeez.
And, I mean, it was within 2 feet.
News on Kendall Briles, whether he's taking the Miami job or not, developing this morning. We'll tell you about that after Brownie tells us about the great Tom Beckby.
Tom Beckby, folks, we're looking for a great-looking classic jacket that was functional in the field, but also looked great in the city and in the office. They couldn't find what they like, so they made one of their own in 2015. They said, why stop there? Let's do a whole line. So they've got a whole line of time-tested, rugged material outdoor clothing and equipment that looks fantastic. You can see it for yourself in the Mountain Brook Village store, Tom Beckby Mountain Brook Village, or online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Michael Buffer is on Good Morning Football right now on the NFL Network TV2 over there.
I can't believe Lance's team cheesed it up.
I was about to say this, only because of the way he handles that phrase and
just how greedy he is.
Admittedly, we have a bad taste in our mouth, and I guess we need to explain
why. But he
why.
is greedy.
Yeah.
But ever since he started suing, I guess, people for saying that phrase on live shows and around America and cashing in on that, I've disliked him.
Yeah, I have
for
too.
That.
So for those that don't know, Michael Buffer has people throughout America that listen to basically sports talk radio is where you would find it most, but listen to all radio. And if they hear you play that, it's $10,000. Like, you don't even fight it. They've got enough court cases. You're like, we're not even going to fight this. He's got a trademark. So it's $10,000. So it's $10,000. And we used to get an annual reminder from Cumulus. Cumulus Media was the company we worked for at Jocks, not to do it because it cost $10,000. And then somebody inevitably would do it, and we'd get the email, hey, you know, such and such station in Baltimore played it, and they got $10,000. Remember,
somebody was fired.
Somebody was fired.
Like,
because
technically, we don't have to cheese it up like he does. We just can't say the phrase, right?
I think we can. I'm not even going to test it because I think
I don't know,
yeah.
which is so ridiculous because it's just a phrase. How does he own that phrase?
Yeah.
You know, I used to, as a kid, in some of the bigger boxing events, it was cool when he was there because you knew it was a huge event.
That's right. I loved him back then. Yeah.
But to have them drop the mic at SoFi before Arizona
so
and LA, I thought it
man.
was ridiculous. It's the second time the Rams have done it this year.
Really? Because I was going to blame it on Monday Night Football.
No, they've done it.
So the Rams are the one making
the Rams are the one that made the mistake. But I can't believe Good Morning Football is putting him on.
Yeah, I thought it was cheesy before, but that did leave a bad taste in my mouth because I just think it's straight greed on his part.
It's just a money grab.
I mean, he's getting people fired.
Yeah, and I mean, it does get people fired.
Yeah.
But just think, and usually young expendable people get fired.
Yeah,
for
it's the
costing
producer.
the company
right.
$10,000.
Yeah, some host says, let's play this. The producer plays it. He gets fired.
Yeah, I would say this. You're looking live, Brent Musburger. Better phrase for me.
No doubt.
It meant a lot more to me.
Especially if you know the story behind it.
Did Brent ever try to cash in on that?
Not that I'm aware of.
But if he knew he could, he might.
He might.
Knowing Brent.
If the Raiders went under and he had over one weekend, he may want to, yeah. a tradition, whatever that
A tradition unlike any other. That's
Yeah.
the Masters thing.
Yeah.
That I thought Jim Nantz created, and maybe he did. I don't know.
But
maybe the Masters
that
created.
buffer
I really don't know.
I mean, that's a better phrase for
Yeah.
me, but they still allow us to say that. You
Well,
know?
sure, yeah.
Do you remember the mashup that was on Jock Jams back in the late
Yeah,
90s?
yeah.
I think that phrase started one of those songs, did it
It
not?
did.
It did, yeah.
So I guess
Yeah.
the royalties, they had to pay him for that.
Yeah,
or was
but
that the beginning of it?
That was before I don't know, he probably had it trademarked and sold them the rights to use that, but that was before all of this crackdown on media across the country started.
But everybody's out for a money grab. Like, we can't say a certain event that's going to happen in February at SoFi Stadium this year.
We can say it. We just can't say it in association with an advertiser. Like,
Right.
Our Super Bowl party presented by
Yeah.
and reel off 15 local advertisers. We cannot do that.
Which is completely ridiculous in itself.
Yeah, it does.
That's why he changed the wording to Superb Owl.
The big
game at the end of the year.
Superb Owl.
Why don't we do that? Since we own it now, all of our ads about that big event at the end of the year.
The Superb Owl coming up?
Yeah. We're all excited about the Superb Owl.
Yeah. Every sports radio station in America has an event that is surrounding the big game at the end of the year.
All right, so here's the movement. Kendall Briles staying at Arkansas, not going to Miami. Great move by Kendall, I think, and big for Arkansas.
Well, look, I think Arkansas is going to be the better team, and he's got, Sam Pittman seems like a very loyal guy, and they've got something cooking right now. From 3 wins to 9 wins, they're going to be a preseason top 25 team. You guys have said this, and I agree. They probably got their best roster. Right now, Miami's an unknown. Tyler Van Dyke is a really good quarterback. There is no doubt about that.
Is he better than KJ Jefferson, though?
But he is better than
think
KJ
so?
Jefferson.
Okay.
Yeah. But you still don't know. It's the unknown of working for Mario Cristobal. You've got the known with Sam Pittman.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Another huge move if you're an SEC guy. According to Aaron Suttles and Bruce Feldman and others, Travaris Robinson, T-Rob as he's affectionately known with Auburn fans, going to Tuscaloosa and being part of Nick Saban's staff, and everyone is confirming all of this today, talking about how Nick Saban is going young with his coaching staff again. T-Rob's 40, and the special teams coach who used to be with T-Rob at South Carolina coming from Ole Miss is 37.
That's right, going young, which is interesting, and we'll talk more about that with Bruce Feldman in the next hour. He and Aaron Suttles doing a lot of the reporting on that, but it's not the first time Saban has done this, going a little bit young in his staff.
It seems to go back and forth. Young veterans. Well,
I mean, with Bill O'Brien, Doug Marrone, Sal Sunseri, that was a very veteran staff last year, it felt like.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. One coach who could still be on the move, according to reports, and maybe a portal receiver that'll leave the national champs and head over to an SEC West team. All that still ahead. And then Bruce Feldman at 10:25. The show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. It's time to refinance in 2022 with Mortgage Right.
Yeah, these are the guys that can help you find a little extra money in your pocket. With another year done and dusted, you want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance. Consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Single TV. With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show, Bruce Feldman coming up at 10:25 this hour. Roman Harper to start hour number 3. Mystery Fifth Hour podcast is out in the podcast section. If you already like and subscribe, you got notified about that last night. If you don't like and subscribe to our podcast, do so now, whether you watch us or listen to us every day. You get the podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, nextroundlive.com, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Hello to the TuneIn family today. Part of our streaming services there on TuneIn or on the Next Round app. And, of course, for all of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, on Twitter and Facebook, Instagram, thank you for being with the Next Round live family today. TNR moving towards another playoff weekend in the NFL. We talked about Derrick Henry's return in the first hour. We start this hour off with headlines brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap, ready to improve your home in 2022.
Yeah, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out that debris. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, it's back with a lifetime warranty. You need to call our friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it, don't get the ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off that retail price.
Just tell C-Stu the Next Round sent you, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, last night in Tuscaloosa, Alabama snapped a 3-game losing streak, 70-67 over LSU. 4 wins over to the top 15 now for Alabama. Jaden Shackelford had 26 in that contest, but Alabama was 0 of 15 from three-point land in the second half and still survived the game. For Auburn, easy win over Georgia. 83-60. They're now 17-1 on the season. 6 Tigers in double figures. Walker Kessler, 15 points. Had another 6 block shots. Only 8 turnovers. 8 turnovers in the game for Auburn. They're playing really well. They've got that 14-game win streak. They're number 2 in the country. And here comes Kentucky this Saturday, 12 noon, national television, CBS. Everyone will be watching as that leads in to the Cincinnati-Tennessee game in the NFL. So big audience for Auburn this weekend. And Bruce talked last night about Big Blue coming to Auburn Arena.
You know, look, we got to step up in a huge way for Kentucky. I think it's one of the best teams John's had in years. They've got size at the rim. They're tremendous in transition. He's given them great freedom this year. He's got wings that can really shoot the basketball, and that's been a staple of his best teams. And he got 2 dynamic point guards, and Wheeler and Washington. I mean, it'll be a clash of the Titans, that's for sure. There'll be a lot of great players on the court on Saturday.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that one. Stetson Bennett returning to Georgia as the national championship quarterback. And then reports from Bruce Feldman, who's in the next segment with us, that Derek Mason, Auburn's defensive coordinator, has emerged as a possible defensive coordinator candidate at Oklahoma State. We'll talk to Bruce about that coming up in just a second, but your initial thought there is we'd heard his name mentioned with Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman, the young coach there. But Gundy's been there a long, long time.
Yeah.
And to me, Derek Mason to Oklahoma State doesn't make a lot of sense, leaving Auburn to go to Oklahoma State. It made sense to me to join a young staff at Notre Dame. You know, Notre Dame still carries a little mystique for people Derek Mason's age.
He was rumored at A&M too. That made more sense, right?
Yeah, A&M with the recruiting they had going on. This one would surprise me if he ended up going to Oklahoma State.
You know, the only thing I would say is, you know, he worked a year with Brian Harsin, and there might be dysfunction. I'm just throwing it out there.
This feels like a step sideways at best, right?
But Oklahoma State's going to be in a much better situation going into next year than Auburn is. Remember, Oklahoma State was a play away from going to a 14 playoff this year. They're going to be a top 15 team this year. Jim Knowles, did he win the Broyles Award?
I don't know. He should have. He was fantastic.
I think he might have won the Broyles Award this past year. I know he was a finalist. So you step into that role. The defense has another opportunity to be one of the best in college football. And again, you've got an opportunity, if Oklahoma State wins the Big 12, to get to a 14 playoff. There is, I'll leave it at 1% chance that Auburn can win the SEC this year.
Dan Lanning, I think, won the Broyles Award.
Okay. I know Knowles was a finalist.
He was, absolutely.
And Knowles went to Ohio State, right?
Yeah, he did.
Am I right about that? Yeah.
And there's the other side of that story, Brown. If Mason were to leave, which I find it hard to believe he would, but maybe he ends up doing it. They've already lost Tanner McAllister, one of their best DBs at Oklahoma State, who left and went to Ohio State with Jim Knowles. And yesterday, Jarek Bernard Converse, another DB, is in the portal, and it's rumored for him to be going where? Ohio State to follow Jim Knowles. So two of your better defenders could be following your DC to Ohio State. What are you going to inherit there at Oklahoma State?
By the way, Josh Gaddis on the Broyles Award.
Absolutely. Josh Gaddis won the Broyles Award.
It had nothing to do with defense whatsoever.
In the year the defense returned, we gave it to an offensive guy.
I mean, this is probably something that we considered when we allowed freedom of movement with college players.
Right.
It's probably something we considered, but I don't know that we ever thought it was going to get to this level where basically a free agent coach also has some free agent players with him.
You know, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's been like a flirtation with Mason in multiple programs over the last month. Yeah. So I just wonder if he's just not happy where he is. Could be completely content, but we have had his name associated with other jobs over this last month.
We'll talk to Bruce about that. Rockstar, let's go ahead and do your 3 and Out right here. We do that on Thursdays, and we'll sit back here and let Rockstar entertain us with 3 and Out. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Feldman, back to our sports conversation coming up in the next segment. Vulcan Tires getting you ready for a new year.
Yes, if you need that car winterized, anything you need bumper to bumper, locally owned and operated, take it in for the brakes, the tires, the wheel alignment, and more. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I know it's in Dunaway's calendar, so you can't say, but what is something you look forward to every day?
I hated, first of all, that I ever told you about my calendar.
Oh, you didn't tell me. I just saw it.
I look forward every day, and I don't want to get cheesy here, but when we get off script on this show, that is usually my favorite moments of the day. When
and you used to hate that.
I did, but I used to hate life too. You know,
wow, Jim,
and you've changed my life, Lance.
I got a damn from Forrester.
Forrester said that? Glad you didn't want to go deep.
It's been a long time since you had somebody behind you say, "Damn, damn." But seriously, when we, like the Village People conversation. Now, I was with Lance. We were at dinner having a steak the other night, and he was trying to explain the show to this guy, and he was like, that was LT's first go-to, and the guy was like, "Well, what do y'all talk about on your show?"
The Village People.
And he was like, "Well, today we did a whole segment on the Village People," and the guy's eyes, sort of went, "What?
You're a sports show?"
And he sort of went. He explained to us that we did the Village People, and LT said, "What else did we do?" And I was like, "I can't remember anything else but the Village People. That's all I remember." And I love when we get on rants like that. It's my favorite part of the show.
Yeah, I hate to say this, guys, because when I say this, I talk about people that hate their jobs. The only thing they look forward to is lunch. I look forward to meals, though. Because I don't have, any consistencies. I don't have a hobby. I have a hobby 18 or 17 weeks a year, and that's the Rams. I don't play golf. I don't collect stamps.
Vinyl?
What's that?
You collect vinyl?
Yeah, I do have 2 vinyl.
I explained to people that joke, that inside joke.
And look, start collecting vinyl, and he has 2 records.
I'm divorced, so my kids primarily don't live with me, so I can't say I look forward to seeing them every day. Not getting deep on that. So really, I look forward to good meals. And that's kind of sad, but I don't.
I do too, but sadly, I do look forward to lunch each day, which for me has traditionally been a Cliff Bar. It is now a Way to Wellness bar. I'm participating in our Way to Wellness things for the snack bars for lunch.
It's more dinner for me now.
I know, absolutely it is. But sadly, how much I look forward to 11 o'clock because I'm a creature of habit when I eat that bar every day. It is kind of sad. But my main one, when Rockstar asked this, is my wife and I, our bed is so comfortable right now.
I'm right there with you.
Shout out Sleep Outfitters. I love, what have you been in my bed with my wife? I love that first moment when you lay down and pull those sheets up, and it doubles down if the sheets have just been washed and dried and they're fresh. That is a good feeling every night. Just laying down in that bed and pulling those sheets up.
I got a game changer for you that I just found out over the weekend. My wife is pregnant. And
you just found that out?
Yeah. I get to meet the dad next weekend, she said. But her feet swelled when after the Black Jacket show last Thursday. When I got home, at mid 12:30, she said, "Look over the sheets and look how swollen my legs are, her ankles," and they were massive. And she had to keep her legs elevated, so we put 2 big pillows under the sheets so she could put her feet on it. And then she has another pillow where she sleeps on the side of her stomach. That slipped over to my side, and I got a game changer for you. Just a regular pillow you put at the bottom of your feet. You put 1 foot under it, and
I have to do that.
1 foot on top of it.
Yeah,
when you're on your side. Oh my God, that's one of the best things I've ever done.
Keeps my back from hurting.
I put it between my knees, but I've never done that.
Well, if you get a long one, so you can do feet and knees. Now you got to curl up a little bit. Oh yeah, that's the way I sleep.
Yeah, that's been a game changer. It's been great nights for the past night. We are a pillow. She has a pregnancy pillow, which is basically a horseshoe that she sleeps in that she has to get inside. So she's in a cocoon, and we don't even bump into each other.
Yeah, y'all aren't even in the same bed, basically. Jay's right. I am Jay in the Farm Folio chat room. As soon as I get done eating, I start thinking about the next meal.
Too.
I am 100% there.
But I hear people.
I make up for it at dinner.
I think a lot of people do that. I'm not a big eavesdropper, but if you're on the beach, that umbrella next to you, it's like people are always talking about, hey, what's going to be for dinner tonight?
Yeah, I love it.
It's like everybody's looking to that next meal.
I love eating.
But when I'm done with a meal, I'm always regretting I ate it. I'm always like, God, I can't believe I ate all that. How much weight have I gained?
Sucked, right? Like last night.
Yeah, what a bad order. What a bad
Second
order.
down.
Rockstar, your life has changed so much, and I just can't tell you how much is going to change when the baby's born.
I don't think it is, though, at all.
Yeah.
I'm not naive at all. No.
Well, no, it depends. Is Nancy one that is going to like go old school and say, "Hey, look, you do your thing. I've got the kids. I want you
No,
to
she doesn't
pet them
want
every
to.
now and then."
Well, you don't have the kid yet, but she wants to work. Like she's like, I do not want to stay home. I want to work as much as I can. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
then your life
daycares are
is gonna
cheap.
change.
No, daycare is so cheap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
like, yeah.
And easy to find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you never worry about them at daycare.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't get sick either.
Oh
do
no,
Never
they
get
they're
sick.
not
Okay,
a
good.
not a
Never get
petri
sick.
dish
'Cause
at
I've
all.
been hearing a lot of different things. You guys are kind of
Yeah. No, nothing to worry about.
You never get a call saying your kid bit somebody either.
or threw up all over the
Ever,
place. Yeah.
Ever,
or
ever.
crap the bed.
Yeah, you didn't send the extra change of clothes
Yeah.
back after
And
they
you-
already screwed up one.
You don't think he's going to be sarcastic, do you?
No, not at all. I can't wait
Second
for that.
down.
because I've got two that give it back to me more than anybody in the world. I can't wait for your child.
We're
Yeah.
going to have a tough time. If the internet existed in the 1920s, what kind of questions would people Google?
I've got two. Can women really vote?
Is this for real?
That would have been one that I
would have
think
been
people, and then I think Al Capone would have been a big, at least individual, because
it was in the height of prohibition. Like, hey, where can I drink?
That's what I would have been for me. Where is the nearest speakeasy?
Yeah, that
where's
would
the
be
nearest
big.
speakeasy?
Well,
that was where I was going to go. The nearest speakeasy.
Just imagine though all the medical conditions you dealt with that you knew nothing about. Like something pops up on your body and you're like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah. What is penicillin?
Yeah, exactly.
Who the hell is Archduke Franz Ferdinand? What the hell is
Why
that?
is this guy so angry?
Third down.
Why does that little guy in Germany have a mustache?
He's not yet. He's not. He's probably
a
like
little
36.
ahead of the 20s. Yeah.
How do you revive a conversation that has gone stale?
It depends on what the conversation is and who you're with. Give me an example.
You meet somebody that's a fan of the show at dinner and stuff, and y'all been talking for a little while. He's all interested in the show, and then there's just a moment where it just stops.
I think I rapped then.
Yeah, you
He
rap,
doesn't want you.
or
He's obviously giving the body language. He
or
doesn't
you
want to
ask them, your favorite professional team. Hey, NFL playoffs are this weekend. Who you pulling for? Do you have a professional NFL team? I mean, there's always a way. If it's business, how did your business get started? Did your business actually thrive during COVID? I know most didn't, but a lot did. I mean, it really depends on the situation.
I'm really looking forward to this guy's answer.
Well, I'm never looking for one to revive. I'm ready for them all to die.
That's not true. You always
wait till they
revive them.
leave the elevator.
Yeah.
Like they're on the elevator. You're like, hey, by the way,
That
what are
You
your children's
revive
names?
the conversations we're ready to walk from.
That is social awkwardness. That is
It
me.
is.
I'm blacked out at that point. If I ever do that, you guys should check my pulse and see where my heart rate
No,
is.
we're gonna get a taser. Can
This
we just tase you?
is your social awkwardness results in you talking more. It's
exactly.
the weirdest thing I've ever
Exactly.
seen. Lance and I were talking about it the other day. Where were we? And we were waiting on him, and I'm like, it is so weird that he's socially awkward, but the way he deals with it is to talk more.
Yeah. That's right.
Most people talk less.
Exactly, because I don't know. I've always felt like, I don't want to be insert local TV guy's name who thinks he's bigger than he really is.
Huh?
There's a lot of people that way.
Jimmy Jones?
And I never wanted to be that way. So if anybody ever said hi to me,
Did that guy win any Emmys?
I'm socially awkward. And so I want to give you every ounce of everything, the Jim Dunaway experience.
Yeah.
I go into self-deprecating Jim.
Here's my debit card. Do
everything.
Yeah.
You really I'm never looking forward to. I'm literally always looking for a way for it to end. I never can stick the landing. Is why I keep going on and on. I need a wrap-up phrase.
Fourth down.
What was George's wrap-up phrase? And Seinfeld when he left the meeting.
That's it for me.
That's
Just
it for
use
me.
Michael Buffer. You can do it off air.
If everyone was given one do-over in life, do you think you would have already used yours or held on to it?
Absolutely. I'm a spender.
Yeah.
So you would have used it.
I'm not a saver.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm a spender. I would
It's
have
like,
used it.
kind of like a get out of free jail card or whatever. But
Yeah.
like it's different. Like you said, like, God, I did that so wrong. I wish I did that. Like what's that? The horrible movie with Jim Belushi, Mr. Destiny. If I only hit that home run, things would have changed.
See, not to overthink it, but
that was believable. He swung around the foul pole.
Yeah.
Didn't he catch the game-winning home run or something?
He hit the game-winning home run. Then it ended up he married Renee Russo, who was like the hot girl of his high school. Like everything, he was living in a huge house, all because in high school he hit a home run.
see, not to go Dunaway here, but I would really start thinking about if I save this thing, I'm going to be 70. I'm never going to use it. Why not use it in my 20s?
Yeah, but what would you have done over? Like some people would have been like, "Oh, did I marry the right person? I'm going to do a do-over. Did I invest in the right thing? I'm going to do a do-over. Did I make the right career decision? I'm going to do a do-over."
I would have never listened to all the people that convinced us to go on an AM radio station head-to-head with Feinbaum.
Yeah, that was a That was a dumb decision.
It was a dumb decision,
Yeah,
but
but
we
it's also a learning
survived.
moment. Yeah, it's not monumental.
It's not?
It was for us.
It
at the
was
time.
for us.
Yeah, well, maybe in that
we
moment
survived.
of time, but you survived and you thrived and you learned from
We did.
it.
And we
it's-
found out what loyal listeners we had.
Yeah,
But
it's
also
not like
you-
you were eating ramen noodles.
Yeah, if y'all said no to that, and you just said, "Hey, we just won't do radio," you wouldn't have been teamed up with us. And
No,
you
no,
wouldn't
no,
have been
that's
here now.
right.
So it all
The other option
circles around.
So I left a well-paying TV job to go work AM radio with this
Yeah,
guy.
no.
I quit my job because the stupid GM over there was like, you can do both, but you can't read any commercials.
Yeah, it was so dumb.
over on the radio, and I was like, I called Brown. I said, "Is this a deal changer if I can't read commercials?" And he's like, "Well, you got to read commercials. That's where we make our money." And I was like, "Oh, I'm out of TV then."
But real quick, Lance, one of the reasons I do regret it is Rockstar is actually kind of wrong. Our other option was to be on Jocks FM as a show before you guys. We'd have teamed up earlier.
No,
And
you
that's-
don't know that. You could have
No,
thrived.
I
and
think we would
could
have. I
thrived.
believe we would have.
Separately.
That's one of my regrets is that we would have done this before 2010, I think.
I mean, I've got a few regrets in life, but the point I'm at in life right now, I don't want to make any more monumental mistakes. But I think I would keep it in the pocket. We talk about coaches going
Nick
going to
Saban
halftime.
definitely he'd have 3 do-overs at this point.
You can't go to the locker room and you can't take your timeouts with you.
Or,
But-
yeah, I was going to say, if
but
you-
I would keep mine in my pocket just in case
Wow.
because we are human.
Yep.
You never know when you're going to make that monumental mistake, and so I think I would keep mine
I'll
in
give
my
you-
pocket because nothing.
I'll
has
give you a
affected me
stipulation.
that
You know
bad
when
yet.
he would do it? Right after the plane crash, he's like, "Let's
All
do
right.
that one over."
I'm driving. Do over. I'm driving. Yep.
One stipulation. Let's say that you have it, but you lose it when you die, but you can give it away in your will.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that.
no,
now. Yeah, I
no,
can give it to my
no.
kids.
So do you think like somebody's
Yeah.
like, "Man, I got 5 do-overs."
Yeah.
See, my fear is that I think it's miraculous that I am doing what I'm doing today from where I came from. And I know you guys, I think I joke about that all the time.
No, I
but if I
believe
could take
that.
you back to 11-year-old me where I was, it's just amazing that I got to check the boxes of things I dreamed about. And I would be afraid if I changed any of that, something wouldn't have fallen into place. Like the grand plan wouldn't have worked out. So I'd be fearful of doing that.
Do you guys
but
really
knowing me, I would have used the do-over and screwed everything up.
And the so-called butterfly effect, we first saw it maybe for a lot of people, it was Back to the Future where, the other siblings started to disappear. Do you think if you really went back knowing what you know now, do you think you would really complicate history?
Yeah, I think you would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because a lot of your decisions affect so many other people. Think of all your clients. If you decide not to get into radio,
but just
all the
think-
relationships you have with clients, like what are they doing now? And
Yeah.
it's just amazing how many relationships you've built just because of your job.
Or I could go back and save, 186 lives or 2,000 lives on 9/11 if I change one thing, if I just alert somebody. But then what does that do to the rest of the
Could
world?
have led to a bigger disaster.
Well, you're right. I mean, you
Yeah,
think about
don't know that.
how many widows from that disaster found other partners
That's right.
in life and built other families. And now there's kids that wouldn't exist that are probably doing great things 20 years later.
But, I mean,
if I could go back, I would.
Every
I would do
person-
everything I could to scream at the mountaintops that this is going to happen.
Yeah, everybody would have done that. Everybody would have done that, and it would have, would we be better off? Would we be worse off? I don't know. We'd warn people differently about different things in life. Life's funny, man. When we come back, Bruce Feldman.
That was 3 and out.
Bruce Feldman. I'll get that in a second. Bruce Feldman comes up. Funny things in life, like possibly a change in the coaching ranks at a big 12 school, maybe involving Auburn. That was 3 and out. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Yeah, again, take your vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. Fantastic guys. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Bruce will be on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Sanford playing basketball tonight. They're on the road at FMI, the Keydets. Troy's on the road at Louisiana Monroe. South Alabama on the road at Lafayette tonight. All that is happening in college basketball after Auburn and Alabama both get victories last night.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmond Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Mark on Twitter in the Farmfolio Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Segments like that is why I love the show so much. Thank you very much for rolling around with us. Ryan says Mike Gundy rant better because he's a man. That's why Derek Mason would be considering Oklahoma State. We'll talk to Bruce Feldman in just a second about those reports that there may be some interest in Stillman, Oklahoma, and Auburn, Alabama. They're part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call school for the next 4 or 5 years, remember that Montevallo is a great place to attend. I graduated from there back in the 80s. My daughter's in school there right now. Why? Because of academic success. 14-to-1 student-professor ratio. A beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. Great tuition price point. 75 majors, 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, all right there at Montevallo. Schedule that in-person tour and find out more online at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
All right, let's talk some college football with Bruce Feldman. You see him on Fox Sports. You read him at The Athletic, at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Bruce? How are you?
I'm doing well. By the way, did you ever think that you would be mentioned as a representative of an academic institution of any kind?
Jim?
I did not. No. And I get a chance, Bruce, a little humble brag. I go into their Sports Hall of Fame at Montevallo next week. So I'm looking forward to that.
That is awesome. Well, congrats on that.
Well, and Bruce, remember, it's a Southern education. So
that's right.
We can only go so far down here.
Kayvon Thibodeau says it barely counts.
As somebody who took 6 years to graduate college and got no advanced degrees and did a stint in the junior college, and I am, as long as you get through it, no matter what it is, that's important.
That's right, Bruce. You've done very well with that. A New York Times bestselling author. We got some coaching upheaval both at Alabama and potentially at Auburn. So let's start with the potentially at Auburn first. You're reporting, and the Athletic reporting, that Derek Mason is at least pretty high on the list for a replacement for Jim Knowles there at Oklahoma State. Where does that stand right now, you think?
You know, my understanding is that he was there yesterday in Stillwater. Look, from what I've heard on this side, I don't think he and Brian Harsin are exactly on the same page with some stuff, and so maybe there's a little friction there. And looking at it, obviously it wasn't they finished 6-6, but I think they were 4th in the SEC in yards per play allowed. I don't think you would say it was on the defensive side of the ball that was the biggest issue there. Right now, Mike Gundy's been looking for a while to find a replacement for Jim Knowles, who left to go to Ohio State, did a terrific job there. They've had, just today, they had one of their best players, a defensive back, just go in the portal. I think anytime you've had a long lag time of uncertainty of who's going to be running the defense, I think players start to get a little antsy. So I think they would like to have something done. Now, my understanding is Derek Mason has a few other people who are interested in him as well. So we'll see where this goes. I know there's definite interest in Mason, and we'll see how, if he really wants to take this job or what he's thinking after he comes out of Stillwater.
Well, when he was at Stanford, obviously, you being on the West Coast, you saw he had some really, really good years as their DC, and then he took the Vanderbilt job, and Bruce, we all know nobody wins at Vanderbilt. Is his ultimate goal, though, to get back to being a head coach?
Yeah, that's what I was told by somebody close to him actually yesterday when this started to come up, was that, yes, he does want to be a head coach again. He's 52, as you mentioned. James Franklin's the only guy who had any success there in a long, long time. So I don't know what that path looks like. If he goes to Oklahoma State and does well, he's early 50s. As you mentioned, he is a guy. He's originally from Arizona, but had a lot of success in the Pac-12 at Stanford. He's a guy who I could definitely see being on some people's radar in the Pac-12 if he, has a good run as a DC here. I think people look at it and go, that's really tough to win at Vandy. He did some decent things there. He just couldn't really sustain it and break through. But maybe there's other jobs out there. But I would expect that, whether it's this job or potentially even an NFL job of some sort, I would not at all be surprised if he was leaving Auburn after 1 year.
Bruce Feldman is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Before we talk about the potential moves in other SEC schools, the head coaching job at Michigan is still something that you guys are having to follow there, because it keeps having rumblings of Jim Harbaugh still maybe interested in the NFL, but also working on a contract maybe to stay at Michigan and get a raise after this great year. Where are you right now, Bruce, on the Harbaugh saga? Do you think he's back in Ann Arbor?
I think it's at best 50-50 on that, because as you mentioned, there's been some preliminary talks on a new contract. I don't think, and I could be wrong on this, and the thing is with Jim Harbaugh, this isn't one of those situations where everyone's like, oh, yeah, the agent is driving this or whatever. With Jim Harbaugh, was really not an agent. There's no like Jimmy Sexton figure that behind the scenes that people are always rumbling about. I mean, people assume that on every coaching, story like this, but it's not that way with this. Jim Harbaugh broke into coaching with the Raiders. He has still a good relationship with Mark Davis, the owner. People say, even people who are pretty close to Jim say he's very hard to read on this stuff. The story that I reported yesterday was just this. I had asked several people within the last 48 hours inside the Michigan program, what do you think he would do if he's offered the job? And they all said, each of them said, I think he'd take it. Now, they don't know that for a fact, but that's the read on it. People there have thought at some point he's going to want to go back and become an NFL head coach again. He almost won a Super Bowl. I mean, this is not, by the way, a case of, Urban Meyer was just a debacle in Jacksonville. As wildly successful he was as a college coach, I think there's a lot of people, after Urban Meyer's failure in Jacksonville, spectacular as it was, who will say, well, these college coaches, they don't know what they're getting into when they go to the NFL. Jim Harbaugh is not that guy. Jim Harbaugh spent like 15 years as an NFL quarterback. He coached in the NFL. And then when he went to the 49ers, they hadn't had a winning season in 8 years. He got him to a Super Bowl in year 2. He was 44-19. That, he's a guy who will have a lot more, credibility as he comes into it than some of these college coaches who might think of it. So the feeling was Jim Harbaugh, now 58, if he really wants to get back at some point to be an NFL head coach, this might be the time to do it. Keep in mind, he'd never been anywhere longer than 4 years till Michigan. He's been at Michigan now 7 years. Obviously just won a Big Ten title, just beat the arch rival. Ohio State beat them soundly. It was the first time in 8 years. So I think that's added to why people think, the timing might be right for him to make the move.
Bruce Feldman is with us, Fox Sports and The Athletic, at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. You and your colleague Aaron Suttles, our colleague Aaron Suttles, reporting as well that Alabama looks like they are making a youth movement a little bit on the defensive side. Defensive backs coach for Miami, Travaris Robinson, the former Auburn star, a former defensive coordinator at South Carolina, looks like he's joining the Alabama staff. Bama Online reporting that Ole Miss special teams coordinator Coleman Hutzler, who is 37, is joining the Alabama staff. That is those are big stories. You reported more, though, on the Travaris Robinson story, which seemed on the recruiting side to be very interesting to you.
Yes, by the way, if we're calling a 40-year-old a youth movement, it tells you how old we are.
Well, I'm 45, so it qualifies, yeah.
I know, and I'm older than that. So.
Well, his boss is 70.
Yeah, that's right. It's all a youth movement. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. But the boss doesn't act like any normal 70-year-old. So
he does not.
He has a lot more energy than all that. So, but so what Aaron and I had reported, multiple sources told us that he is expected to take the job. From my understanding, he is one of the few people on the staff who was a position coach, who Mario Cristobal, who really would have liked to have kept in that capacity. He's a Miami native. He obviously has SEC coordinating experience from his time at South Carolina. A lot of people really liked him around UM. I think it was not that easy of a decision, just like his hometown, from what I understand, was Robinson was kind of weighing Miami over Alabama and ultimately decided he was going to come back to the SEC. It's a good addition. I mean, you got a guy who obviously played at Auburn, was a really good player there, and knows the SEC really well. From everything we've heard, I don't know if one of the DB coaches who's moved on, I don't know if that didn't seem like it was a very good fit, and so I think they feel comfortable that this will work out a little better for them.
First Mario Williams, now Latrell McCutcheon. Oklahoma players slowly trickling over and following their former boss Lincoln Riley to USC. What's taking so long with Caleb Williams?
From what I was told, his dad is going to be very, very thorough and diligent. He has an advisor who runs this big, quarterback operation out here, QB Collective. He's connected to a lot of NFL people. And I think a big piece of this was, let's make sure that whatever Caleb's next move is, that it is with a situation that is best going to prepare him to hit the ground running when he gets to the NFL. Now obviously they picked Lincoln Riley a couple of years ago. He knows that system. And from everything I've heard, Caleb really likes Lincoln, even whether Lincoln, left, and surprised a lot of people that he jumped to USC. From everything I've heard from people who are connected there, they said, Caleb is really good with Lincoln still. So, I'd be surprised if Caleb Williams ended up someplace else. Nothing probably should shock us these days in college football, but I would expect that's where he'll end up. But we'll see. It's a little surprising that's dragged on this long. I was told by somebody around Oklahoma that I trust on it. It was like, I thought he was gonna announce for USC the middle of last week, and that did not happen.
I know the saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Georgia's the national champs. So once you climb the mountain, you start worrying about other things. Stetson Bennett announces he's coming back. And on the surface, you'd think, oh, great, our national championship winning quarterback is coming back. That's great news. But I'm watching the reaction from some Georgia fans, and instantly you start thinking about who we possibly could be losing if Stetson Bennett comes back. And where do you think Georgia fans are falling on Stetson's return? Does this surprise you, not surprise you at all? What did you think of that announcement from Stetson yesterday?
I was really on the podcast I do with Stu Mandel, we were taping it. He was expecting Stetson to move on, whether he would be a free agent in the NFL or just go on and be a GA, or I was like, I don't understand why you think that, because this kid, from the time he was incredibly young, maybe 4 or 5 years old, his dream was to be the quarterback of Georgia football. He went through everything up and down and transferred in and out and got, people doubted him everywhere, inside the program at one point, definitely outside the program. He finally, gets the job and leads them to the national title. Dream come true. Why would we think he would let go of that? What does he do then? Oh, I'm just going to go, go golf and hang out on the 19th hole after, he's worked so hard to get this. I was of course he's going to come back, and, they're going to have a great offensive line next year. It'll probably be even better than the group was there. We know there's going to be a lot of, still going to be a lot of talent, even though there's a bunch of, dudes going on in the NFL on defense. I was of course he's going to come back. This is I'm guessing he was going to live every moment of this, whether, if he could get 3 more years of this, I'm guessing he probably would do it.
But what about Kirby? You think Kirby's happy he comes back? It sort of ties his hand to who the starter is, and that was often debated all year long. Is he the best quarterback in the room?
Yeah, he led them to a national title. That hasn't happened since Ryan was probably 4.
Well, you nailed that. That is exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, junior college math came in, kicked in good.
6 years.
No, it would, even if he, if I'm Kirby, I'm elated, right? This is the guy who led us to a national title. And obviously, there's great pieces around him, but he played well. He played really well in the semifinal game. So he responded. He's proven under pressure. He makes plays with his legs. I don't really know at this point, if I'm him, being Kirby, I'm awesome. I'd love to have this guy leading the program. He knows what we expect. And it's if Caleb Williams said, I want to go to Georgia, that would be an interesting thought process for the Georgia staff. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying at this point, JT Daniels is talented. He's a different kind of quarterback than Stetson Bennett, but it's not we know this guy now can win a national title. We know he can, and this is a critical piece for a quarterback. How does he respond to pressure? This guy responds really well to pressure.
All right, he is Bruce Feldman. Go read him at The Athletic. Subscribe and read him there. Read his stuff there. Go watch him on Fox Sports. Get his books. He's a New York Times bestseller. At Bruce Feldman, CFB on Twitter. Bruce, it is always fun. We greatly appreciate the time and the info.
Anytime. Anytime, guys. I enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bruce with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. My takeaway from that, I mean, the jobs are getting less and less, but it sounds like Derek Mason is looking for any of them.
Yeah, and that's what I brought up. You know, I don't have any inside information, but it seems like his name has been linked to multiple jobs, and there might be a little something out of rhythm between the two. Something's a little off.
The discussion of being a head coach again changes it, right? If you want to be a head coach sooner rather than later, you don't want to be on a 6-6 team, right? You want to be on a championship contender because the coaches get hired off of teams that are in the playoff hunt a lot faster than they get hired off of teams who are bowl eligible,
Right.
7-5, right? So if you're looking to go to Notre Dame, high profile. If you're looking to go to Oklahoma State, potential to be a playoff contender next year, I guess. It seems like you would take a position, not coordinator job in Tuscaloosa because they hire everybody off that staff, it seems like, for bigger jobs at some point. We'll see what Derek Mason does. Right now, he's the defensive coordinator at Auburn. We'll see if it's that way by sunset tonight. When the sun does set tonight, our friends at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, and Vulcan Gin ready to serve up happy hour for you.
Yes, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind the product that is Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package at the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
All right. Programming note, Roman Harper moving from the start of hour 3 to the start of hour 4. So Roman will be with us at 12 noon today. Rockstar's viewing menu when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day on the show, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. It'll be interesting to see some of the prints that come out from a Georgia national championship. I hope somebody from Georgia calls our buddy Daniel Moore and they get something with Stetson. If I was Stetson's family, I'd call Danny Moore up.
Is it the pick six from Ringo, or
probably there's a photo of Ringo picking it and Kirby jumping in the air?
No, the one you would do, you know, Danny does those montages occasionally. I'd want the Stetson kissing the trophy, where he's got both lips on the trophy, and then a couple of plays.
What about
in it?
What about an old Buck Bellew handing the trophy from the clouds to Stetson,
or just reaching out
Kirby.
Fingers, touching
yeah,
fingers,
like the St. Peter, or Vince Dooley reaching down and pointing at Kirby. Get artsy if you're Danny Moore.
Yeah, Vince still with us though.
Why? No, I'm not saying he's dead. Neither is Buck Bellew. Just saying, it's artsy, Jim.
It's artsy. All right. Anyway, real stuff from our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years now. Call 800-735-2787, or you can check out his work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
7:30 on Showtime. It's one of my. It's a movie that I enjoyed. It's one of those things where you enjoy the movie, but I don't care to ever see it again. It's one of the few Quentin Tarantino movies I've liked. Django Unchained. Christopher Waltz is fantastic, but I totally forgot that, behind the scenes, that the way that Quentin Tarantino is, he specifically wrote Don Johnson as that part for the plantation owner. He's like, I want Don Johnson.
And Don Johnson was really good. I think he does that in a lot of his films now. Jonah Hill.
Yeah, it's just so crazy.
Had a cameo.
Don Johnson.
Of all the people, Don Johnson.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
And then DiCaprio was fantastic. Turned into a meme for that everybody uses now. But that's a good movie. And then 905 HBO, one I don't care about, The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard, the sequel to The Hitman's Bodyguard.
I have not seen either. I have seen Django multiple times. So I think it's really, really, really good.
The shootout scene at the end is too realistic.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, that's over the top. But that's part of Tarantino.
And then 9:45 on AMC, a Tom Cruise movie that's actually good, The Edge of Tomorrow, where he's trying. It's kind of like a video.
Is that Emily Blunt?
Yes, it's kind of like a video game where he's doing over. He wakes up and he has to start over every this.
It's Groundhog Day on special effects and futuristic
like
and
aliens
and bad
and
camera,
like
and it made me
nauseous.
I couldn't do it. I made it like 20 minutes.
Bulky suit he has to wear.
Ugh. Oh, it's tonight the night? Tomorrow night, Ozark, right?
Well, tonight at midnight.
Tonight at midnight.
Yeah.
I will not be up to see that, but I'll catch it tomorrow, waiting for Ozark, the first half of the final season.
I don't know what they're going to do with how they're doing the release schedule of the second half.
Is it about 4 episodes and then 4 episodes?
I think it's probably 10 or 12 episodes total.
Yeah, I think it's 6 and 6.
Okay,
yeah.
so
if I'm not mistaken.
6.
I would assume that all of us probably, even with divisional playoffs, will find a way to wipe those 6 out this weekend.
Yeah, some of them, I don't want to rush through it. I like to pace myself. So I may knock one out Friday night, one Saturday before the game start, one Sunday.
I'm kind of the same way. Like when I binge stuff like that, I always get disappointed in myself at the end. I'm like, I went through that too quick.
Yeah.
I'd like some more left.
And you miss a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you do.
You'd like a do-over at that
would,
point.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, don't forget our friends at Bud Light Seltzer. They've got this new Bud Light Seltzer hard soda variety pack. We've got some icing right now in our fridge back in the green room. Four classic flavors: classic cola, cherry cola, citrus soda, and orange soda that pop, each with 0 sugar and only 100 calories. They all pop for you, available wherever you buy beer right now. It is Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. Pick one up for your viewing this weekend of the National Football League divisional rounds. Speaking of the National Football League, Mike McCarthy saying yesterday he is confident and not concerned about his job after meeting with Jerry Jones. So it looks like he is coming back. Derrick Henry will start for the Titans. One big move happening in college. Jermaine Burton is apparently hitting the transfer portal. If you don't know who he is, the second best receiver by stats for the national champion Georgia Bulldogs. He's going somewhere else. And the projections are for one of the SEC's Western divisions, LSU, where he's got friends who are coaching, A&M, where he's got friends who are coaching, or Alabama.
Well, I'm a little
surprised.
surprised.
Friends there, no friends at Alabama.
You know, this is a guy that had almost 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns over the last couple of years. You know, he was always involved in that offense. You know, he's going to be one of the leading returning receivers, if not the leading returning receiver next year. Outside of Brock Bowers, why would you not come back to the national champion Georgia team that you believe is going undefeated in the regular season?
It's a weird move. I agree. I mean, you know, I'm looking at his numbers right now. He had 26 catches, 497 yards, 5 touchdowns. Brock Bowers is their leading receiver, obviously. Those aren't huge numbers. But is that Stetson Bennett's fault? I mean, do you think he's blaming Stetson Bennett for that?
Or just style of play?
Maybe. I don't know. You mentioned 3 schools. You know, TJ Finley retweeted his tweet, Jermaine Burton's tweet, and said, "Hey, buddy." That was, put a little waving hand and said, "Hey, buddy."
How about Auburn?
How about Auburn? Basically, is what TJ Finley is saying. Most Auburn people look at that and say, "I don't know why you're so interested." I don't think you're the one's going to be throwing to him.
Well, TJ wants the signal that you'll signal in from the sidelines for Calzada to throw it to Burton.
So I mean, he's not a. He's not the top receiver that we've seen at the portal by any stretch. That's Williams, obviously.
But I think
he's a good receiver.
I think to the point is if Bryce Young's throwing him the football, if
in a better system,
who's the quarterback that's at Texas A&M now? All the portal stuff is. Didn't they get a portal guy? Max Johnson.
Yeah,
Max Johnson's throwing him the football, and just the belief of Jimbo, the way he's going to call plays. Compared to Todd Monken, maybe the passing game, and he's more of a factor at places like that.
I just find it hard that he is going to leave a program. You know, Alabama's one thing, but it would be weird with the battle they had in 2 games this year that he goes to Alabama. But if you're going to the West, where are you going to go that's better than Georgia?
Alabama would be the only potential place.
And the easier path to not even Alabama, the easier path to get back to the playoffs is at Georgia.
Well, Alabama would be better for him because it's as good a team as Georgia, and you're in a better offense.
You know, some of these things
with a Heisman Trophy
you
quarterback.
can't explain it, and we just don't know behind the scenes of stuff that possibly is going on.
Always factor in the fact that maybe he just wants to be re-recruited again, wants to be told, "We want you, man. We love you."
But again, with that Burton name and what he did for Georgia fans, NIL, he's going to be able to make more staying at Athens.
Yeah, but maybe Kirby. Maybe he wants Kirby and them to say, hey, wait. I know we're doing all this confetti stuff over here, but we love you, man. Hang around. We need you. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision as we approach the top of the hour. When we come back, speaking of Kirby, interesting thought from one guy about Kirby Smart's new contract that is pending. All that coming up, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision. Write the number down, 969-8100. You can always visit them online, michelsonlaservision.com. That's 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. I had the 2200 vision, now 2015 vision. Make the call. See if it's right for you. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. See if LASIK is right for you in 2022. 969-8100.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 3 of the show, Roman Harper now in 1 hour. We've moved him back an hour to join us to start the final hour of the show. Some interesting stuff to talk about here before we get to trash to sort of crank off this hour, including last night's basketball and our headlines, which are brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world famous fried chicken. They bring you hour number 3 of the show every day here. We appreciate Sterling and the crew there. If you're looking for a great place to swing in for lunch today, if you're in the area, 119 in Alabaster, you can't beat that great menu. You can see everything, champyschicken.com. Great to call ahead and get to go for dinner tonight or to watch the big games this weekend. Champy's world famous fried chicken, your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. Those great chicken plates, the great sides, and of course those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You get them right there at Champy's world famous fried chicken. In the headlines, Auburn a winner last night. They've now won 14 straight games, 17-1 on the season. They beat Georgia 83-60. Walker Kessler good again with 15 to lead the way, but there were 6 Tigers in double figures. The team shot 46% from the floor. They only had 8 turnovers, and Kessler had 6 more blocks. That team leads the nation in blocks, 52 first-half points. Auburn now plays Kentucky, Battle of Two Titans, 12 noon on CBS, coming up on Saturday at sold-out Auburn Arena for that one. Sell out last night for Georgia as well. Meanwhile, Alabama snaps a 3-game losing streak. They beat LSU 70-67. It's Alabama's 4th win over a top 15 team this year. Shackelford had 26. JQ, Javon Quinley, had 17 off the bench. Here's Quinley talking about his new role, not as a starter.
When did you find out that you were coming off the bench tonight, and how did you respond when you found out the news and when you got to the floor?
Well, it was really like a mutual thing. So I knew yesterday. We kind of, losing 3 games in a row is tough. So we knew we needed to change something. So, last year I was successful in that role. So, I had no problem with coming off the bench, trying to provide a spark for the team. That was pretty much it. Like, it was a mutual thing between me and the coaching staff, and I had no problem. I just want to win basketball games.
Yep, and they got the W last night for Alabama. They now play host to Missouri, 5 o'clock on Saturday. UAB back in action on Saturday as well. In that contest, though, and a lot of you in the Farmfolio chat room talking about Will Wade, who got a technical. LT, you were courtside. I was at the game as well. Brown, you were watching on television from trivia last night at Odie's. Coaches always work the officials. But the way this guy, Will Wade, works the officials, I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, it was nonstop.
And it was from 2-0 on in that contest last night. He finally got a technical, but they were very, very generous not to ring him up earlier. Will Wade afterwards, unhappy with a variety of things in Tuscaloosa, probably let me order his dinner and would have only capped off the night. Here's Will.
Just the way your team came back after being 13 down, obviously you got the technical. It looked like it was pinned on the backboard, didn't call it.
You think it looked like that, Ron? You think?
Yeah.
It was pinned on the backboard. It didn't look like it. It was.
And just the way your team responded after the technical, you learn?
I told our guys, I got the technical because I got to have their back. We can't keep having this happen. At some point, I got to stand up and have their back. And so I had their back, and those guys had my back. Come back fighting like that. That's what it's about. So, coach, you have your kids' back, and the kids have your back. Our men have our back. That's what it's about. I'm proud as hell of them. I got to stand up for them. We can't just sit down and keep taking.
So what do you think?
I think he is fortunate to have a job. Yeah. It almost looks like he is trying
Rockstar's right. That's faux outrage.
Yeah.
You think so, Brown?
Though.
You think so?
You think so? Yeah, that's faux outrage.
How does he still have a job?
Horrible
though?
Acting.
I talking to multiple people last night. It just, how blatant everything was with the NCAA. All I heard last night in the crowd, I'm sure you heard it, was FBI, FBI. But he's not even a likable guy.
He really isn't.
He's hard to like on the bench, but does he do a good job of coaching?
I don't know. I thought they were really talented last year. He's had some talented teams.
They played a crap non-conference.
Have they even gone to a Sweet 16 yet with him? I don't think they have.
I don't think so. Jimmy had him in the SEC championship game against Alabama last year.
Yeah, I think they did make a Sweet 16.
Will Wade. Will Wade. I'll give you his entire postseason bio here.
That should be a sneaky good. While you pull that up, that should be a sneaky good job because basketball in New Orleans and Baton Rouge is it's quality. You don't even have to. I mean, the Final Four team John Brady, if I remember correctly, the Final Four team John Brady took to the Final Four at LSU were all Baton Rouge kids.
Yeah,
like they were all Baton Rouge area kids. Big Baby in that team was all from right there in the BR.
Lance, he did go to the Sweet 16 in 2018, 2019. As you might imagine, here on Wikipedia, it's got a little asterisk next to it. Will's gonna have a few of those over the years. But other than that, he's all second round, first round guy. I mean, he's got one Sweet 16. I mean, right now at LSU, and I don't know this may not be entirely updated. 98-41, 49-25 in conference. He's been to the tournament 2 of his 5 years. We'll see what happens this year. One of those is a Sweet 16. One of those is the second round. He would have gone to the tournament the year it all got canceled. I think he's done a solid job at LSU.
Solid job. But to me, if you are going to be cheating and blatant like that, I want more than a solid job.
Yeah, I mean, if
I got to put up with that, if I got to put up with that kind of character, I want somebody that is winning at a high level.
If you're going to darn near get my program shut down, and by the way, let's don't pretend like he didn't put football in the crosshairs too, because football has now gotten all tied up in this.
That's right.
And you played a part in that by bringing the NCAAs to my campus. Lance is right. You better be winning bigger than one Sweet 16.
Paul says rumors are Clemson's going to make a big run at Will Wade. Listen, if this FBI thing goes down like it should, he won't be able to coach at Clemson, right? I mean, he's a head coach caught on tape. It's not an assistant doing something. It's a head coach caught on tape. That's different.
But do you know how long ago that was?
It was forever ago.
Do you think the NCAA's going to do anything about it?
I mean, it was around my seats last night. That was the question. How does this guy still have a job?
I don't think the NCAA ever does anything about that. I mean, they've got, again, like you said, they've got a guy on tape.
Maxwell says he ruined Trendon Watford. Jeff B says strong-ass offer. I thought it was a strong-ass question. Strong-ass response from Will Wade last night. You think?
Do you think it was fake?
Does that rise to the
I don't know. Can we play it again?
But does this rise to being fined by Greg Sankey? I mean, this is questioning officiating.
Well, I mean, he said the officials missed the call. Yeah.
I will say, though, watching him, and like I could stare straight across at his face, he was genuinely upset last night. So I don't know if this is fake.
Just the way your team came back after being 13 down, obviously you got the technical. It looked like that was pinned on the backboard. Didn't call it.
You think it looked like that, Ron? You think?
Yeah.
It was pinned on the backboard. It didn't look like it. It was.
And just the way your team responded after the technical, you learn?
I told our guys, I got the technical because I got to have their back. We can't keep having this happen. At some point, I got to stand up and have their back. And so I had their back, and those guys had my back. Come back fighting like that. That's what it's about. So, coach, you have your kids' back, and the kids have your back. Our men have our back. That's what it's about. I'm proud as hell of them. I got to stand up for them. We can't just sit down and keep taking it.
I don't know that the part about the goaltend was fake, but I'm like Rockstar. I do think he got into a character at some point.
I do think there were some questionable calls last night.
A rocking chair on the porch.
I know.
I think that's legitimate. I really do.
What?
I think he's just strange and over the top.
To me, did they have a microphone, or was he yelling out the window to Ron, who was in Baton Rouge? He's loud.
You think?
Yeah. All right. So Will Wade back to Baton Rouge last night after the loss in Tuscaloosa. His team was the ranked team as the underdogs, number 13 in the country last night.
Well, that's bad back-to-back losses for them. I mean, you can forgive the Alabama loss, but you know, if you tell me that Alabama's going to miss 11 free throws, they're going to go 0 of 15 in the second half from behind the arc, a team that's where their offense is focused on shooting the three, and you lose that game, and then you blow a double-digit lead, the game before against Arkansas this past weekend. You know, I think that's a lot of frustration. I mean, this LSU team could be in a really good. I mean, they're 15-3. They could easily be 17-1.
Paul in the Farm Folio chat room, Rockstar says Will Wade sounds like a Rockstar's Playhouse character.
You think so, Brown? When I was your age, this was all in apple orchards.
Yeah. All right, a couple of things here. Cowan Equipment poll questions first, brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment. They were proud to partner with us here on our new venture here on the next round. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com. Find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Drums or flats, 52% flats, 48% drums.
That's closer than I thought.
Yeah, it's almost a 50-50. The part I don't like about the flats is you get the outside off, and then you got that meat that's trapped in between the two bones.
And then you got to almost poke your finger in
You
tongs.
either poke your finger or you break the bones open and eat it.
It's a twist.
Yeah,
A
that's what I'm
twist
saying.
does it,
Yeah. You can either poke or twist.
Yeah, the drum is just so easy.
The drum, I got a little handle.
And then I can
just eat
still
around
get
the
that
handle.
meat on the end.
That's right. And then I just drop the handle, new handle. I never even involved this hand. This hand can do anything because I got this hand right here. That's all I need.
When we do our Hot Wings Challenge, should we invite Wimp?
Oh, yeah. I bet he doesn't like them real hot.
I think whether he's doing it live or if we just record him eating wings one day, just to show people how he eats wings. It's an amazing thing to watch. My dad agrees with him, by the way.
What?
That's the way you eat a wing. You eat the cartilage and everything. You don't leave anything. My dad actually eats a drumstick that way.
Yeah, but I think that's more of a... I mean, James Sr., growing up in a mud puddle, you only had so much food in front of you.
You eat it.
Yeah.
You eat the food.
Like, I imagine the plane that went down in the Andes, the movie that was based on Alive. I mean, if you handed them a wing, there ain't going to be a scrap left on that wing.
You probably suck the marrow out of the bone, right?
You probably keep that bone under your pillow and gnaw on it, too.
Yeah, chew on that. Make a little soup of that the next day.
I do like the chicken leg. That's my favorite piece of the chicken.
It is not me. I'm a breast guy.
I know you are.
I like the white meat.
The white meat can get dry, though.
And not if it's done right.
Well, I agree, but it can. But that dark meat, it's hard to get it dry.
The white meat's 50-50 on the dryness.
Yep.
I agree with you on
It's
the dark meat.
100% at Champy's Chicken on 119 in Alabaster,
Yes,
proud sponsor of this hour of the show.
I like a good chicken leg.
The other thing I wanted to bring up was Kirby Smart. Connor O'Gara, who writes with Saturday Down South, one of their columnists, he says now's the time. It's time for Georgia to make Kirby Smart the highest paid coach in college football.
Disagree.
I think he should be the second highest paid coach in college football, just based on what he's done for that program.
Why would you not make him the highest paid coach?
Because
he just won the national championship.
Well, I mean, you can. Look, I don't have a problem with it, but Nick Saban is the best coach. It's not even close. You can't even debate it. So it's hard to be the highest paid at something if you're not the best.
Yeah. I would just say...
But I'll take it based on our bet.
I know you will. There was... There's just a way to do business. And I know what you guys are saying. You reward your employees for being excellent, right?
That's right.
And as somebody that used to be an employee, I agree with that 100%. But I also understand the business side of it where the employer says, okay, I'm going to give them a little bit for being great, but I also am not going to lose them. So why am I going to break the bank and make them the highest paid person in radio or banking or coaching or whatever it is?
Yeah, I don't think you can go by that mentality.
Why not?
Well, because I think it cheapens it a little bit.
But does $1 million matter to Georgia athletics?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think
You don't think the Georgia athletic director says $8 million, $9 million, what's the difference? $1 million in a year to us is nothing.
$1 million is nothing to an SEC athletic department, especially one that just won the national championship. They'll make $1 million this week off of T-shirts.
Yeah, and I guess here's the way I would look at it. If I'm Georgia and I'm trying to figure this thing out, and who is the new athletics director? It's Josh Brooks, right?
Yeah, I believe that's right, yeah.
If I'm Josh Brooks, although he's not the best coach in college football, you can make the argument he's the second best.
Okay.
And if I was going to have one coach for the next 20 years, who's it going to be? It's not going to be Nick Saban. It's not going to be the best because he's 70 years old.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart's 45. So
that'd be your pick?
Why not pay him to be the highest or make him the highest paid coach in college football right now based on the accomplishment he
Because I don't have to. That's the reason they wouldn't. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying the reason they wouldn't is because I don't have to.
Something in Connor's story that may surprise you. Smart has less than 4 seasons left on his current contract. Does that surprise you any at all?
Well, yeah, it does a little bit, but also, I've always wondered how much that, I got to have a full 4 seasons on my contract so I can recruit really is true.
His contract's up in 2024.
I think that shows you that's not very true. Yeah. That whole line we always get about, you got to make sure the coach got 4 years so he can recruit.
Yeah, I think you're being cheap when you don't have to, Brown.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not cheap. I'm just saying that's the business side of it, is they look at it and say, are we going to lose this guy? No, he's not going anywhere.
But he could go to the NFL.
I would look at that and say that is an extremely low probability. And in the event he wants to go to the NFL, we'll redo this thing. will make him the highest paid.
Well, then if I'm Jimmy Sexton, you know what I'm doing right now? I'm doing
Get
the
an
flirtation
NFL
with the
offer?
NFL right
And
now.
that's what Jimmy Sexton will probably do.
I'm calling Denver. I'm calling Miami.
That's the way he operates.
I'm calling Minnesota.
But that doesn't look good for Georgia. If Kirby Smart just won a national championship, he's looking around.
Yeah, that's a bad look for Kirby.
No, but I do it internally.
But see, you're making him look bad by not giving him a pay raise. The way you're running business, I wouldn't want to work.
No.
I wouldn't want to work for you.
No, your agent's making you look bad.
No, I wouldn't want to work for you.
You're
You're not going to give me.
Where are you going to go?
You're not going to need me. I could go anywhere. You don't think Kirby Smart could go anywhere?
He could. Is it going to be as good as Georgia?
It could be.
Where?
He could go pick a place. He could go to Auburn and win just like you said it the other day. You said it just the other day that his recruiting would have won a championship at Auburn. You said it. You said it just the other day, and he agreed. And he agreed.
I think Kirby could, just like Nick Saban, not to the degree, but I think Kirby probably could take 20 or 25 programs and have them right there.
I can't stand successful American companies that run companies the way Brown is trying to run.
You know
them.
how they
That is
become
what's
successful?
wrong. That's why minimum wage is at $9 in 2022.
You don't even know what minimum wage is.
$9.28. Maybe it's $7.28.
I think it's like $16 now.
I think it's $7.
No, it's not.
I think it's $7.
$7.
Jeez, guys.
Oh, I think it's $7.28.
Do you know how they become successful companies? They don't just throw money away when they don't
But
have
this
to.
isn't throwing money. He's the one that brought them the money. Without Kirby Smart, they're not printing the money they're printing.
I don't know if I totally agree with that.
Alabama is $7.25.
That's right. Lance had it at $16. He only doubled it.
It is $16 in Los Angeles.
Yes, a Big Mac's a $21 meal.
Yes. Alaska, it's $10.19. It's pretty good.
But if I'm
$7 in Alabama,
you couldn't pay
$7.25
me to live in Alaska. If I'm Georgia's athletic director,
they're literally trying to.
If I'm Georgia, no joke. If I'm Georgia's athletic director, I say, "Oh, the Auburn job." Right here says Brian Harson's got that job, Jimmy.
They would. Brian Harson would be on the first. They wouldn't even buy him a flight. He'd be on a Greyhound out of Auburn.
And by the way, Kirby
Smart
Smart could take a crap on Josh Brooks' desk today. And
he could.
Yeah. So
there's no doubt.
I'm walking in and I'm saying, make me. I'm not saying he deserves it, but make me the highest paid coach in college football.
According to Connor O'Gara, this is the way he writes this. It's been 4 years since Kirby Smart's last extension.
Yeah.
4 years.
That's pretty surprising.
Which was negotiated just after he led Georgia to its first national championship berth since Herschel Walker. Smart made $3.75 million in 2017, and now in 2022, Smart has less than 4 seasons left on his contract. He's under contract through 2024.
So selfishly, I do want to know where we stand on this whole thing because I think he's going to get close to $10 million a year. I don't know if that's going to help me enough.
Yeah. Can I do want to clarify my stance because Bobby says he's never heard me so adamantly wrong. I'm saying I would make him the highest paid. I'm not arguing that I wouldn't. I am saying if Georgia doesn't want to do it.
That's not what it sounded like.
It didn't sound like that.
Yeah, I think you started off until you saw the way the wind was blowing. That you started off saying.
No, I think you did say I wouldn't make him the highest paid.
Oh, I wouldn't, but I'm saying the reason Georgia would argue, I wouldn't. Nick Saban should be the highest paid coach in college football. Now,
based on accomplishment.
The rest of the Republican debate when we come back.
I am telling you why Georgia, the excuse, not necessarily the excuse, the reasoning they would use not to do it.
No, it's an excuse if they don't.
It's a reason. I don't know if it's an excuse.
The highest paid actor in Hollywood, I don't know who that is right now. It might be The Rock. It doesn't make them the best actor.
It does not. But the reason he's the highest paid, obviously, is because of what?
He draws in the lowest common denominator.
Well, the international success, too.
Yeah. I mean, he just about any movie he does makes bundles, right?
But at age 70, you don't think Nick
make bundles?
I don't know.
At age 70, you don't think Nick Saban's going anywhere else. So why is Alabama continuing to pay him the top
They're
dollar?
paying him because he's won championship after championship after championship after championship.
Yeah, but I think
he's earned every dime of it.
It's not so Nick right now has 6 at Alabama, right?
Yes.
6 at Alabama and 1 at LSU.
Kirby's 1 is almost as important to Georgia as those 6 are to Alabama, if that makes any sense.
That 1 is gold right now because it's the last one.
Yeah.
And you're thinking this is the first of many. We want to keep this guy happy. We want to keep the train moving.
But I would make Nick Saban the highest paid coach in college football.
No, I think what happens if Kirby becomes the highest paid coach,
Nick Saban will be very soon.
By the way, their conflict of interest agent just turns right back around.
That's right. Says, look at this.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Would let Kirby be the highest paid
He goes
coach?
to Greg Bird and says, you're going to let this happen?
The more I look at it, Jimmy Sexton, I know he worked his ass off. That first client was Reggie White. but he seems like he's got relatively an easy job now.
Yep.
I mean, all you got to do is you just play off your own clients.
Because then he goes to the old guys after Smart and Saban got a raise, and he goes to them, and they're like, are you guys going to let those people from Georgia and Alabama outpay you Texas A&M oil people? Do you guys not have enough money to give Jimbo another
I
raise?
You wanted Jimbo to be the highest paid coach.
Now, I would not make him the highest paid coach if I were Texas A&M. But
one more question on Kirby.
Then they go to Mario. I thought we were rebuilding this thing. Now all these guys are making more money.
In a million years, he wouldn't have. Dan Lanning took that Oregon job. But if Kirby took the Oregon job, I think Kirby could win a national championship in 5-10 years at Oregon.
Yeah, because of recruiting.
Yeah.
It's a recruiting machine.
I don't know. That's a tough
I'll tell you,
recruiting
who wouldn't want him
spot.
to take that is Lincoln Riley.
You're right.
Hey, when Kirby joins us at the Regions this year, shout out Gene Hallman. If Kirby's back, everybody remind Kirby when he's buying lobster and steak for LT and me that Brown didn't want to pay him. When he's sitting through a commercial break with us.
I said this before. Kirby's going to change. Love Kirby. Kirby sits on the throne now. He used to be nice to us. It was that exhausted handshake I gave him the day after the national championship. I don't think he's going to sit down with us again.
Oh, wow. How about that?
So you say not even sit down with us.
That's what Jim changes on him.
He sat down and sat through one of our commercial breaks.
And he was pissed about it.
Oh, yeah.
He was.
He literally said, do you think Nick would wait through this?
Yep, he did.
He literally said those words.
He did set it up. Once I am king.
Yep.
Boom.
All right. Trash on the other side, and an amazing piece of video. If you've ever watched local TV before, it is amazing you haven't seen it. It is coming up on the other side. Our show is being brought to you by really good people at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Brownie, they allowed you to drive one of their vehicles with your cheap little hands all the way up to Indianapolis.
Cheap little hands. Man, they got $9 million. What more you want me to do? Hey, JohnstonRVCenter.com, exits 304 on I-65 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They've got the exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Financing available as well, and is home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch and give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
That's old for me. All right, back with you on the Next Round as we get ready for trash. But before that, our video of the day brought to you by Rockstars guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre is from MD Realty, of course. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in this here town of Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make a house of calls.
All right, everyone get close if you're watching us. We'll describe it and react to it as if you're on the audio streams today on TuneIn or the Next Round app. But WSAZ is the TV station, your news leader in Huntington, West Virginia. And this is a MMJ, they're called, one-man band. That means this female reporter is in the field doing the news report. She's also the camera person, so she does everything. One-man band. She does it all. And they've got severe weather coverage with icing and rain and sleet and snow going on in Dunbar, West Virginia. And this is courtesy of WSAZ. Watch how it unfolded live on television.
Joins us now live in Dunbar. And Tori, they're not seeing any flakes, but wet roads. And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze-thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Oh, God.
I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's first for you on TV, Tori.
So calm.
Thank you, Tim.
I'm okay. Yeah, that's live TV for you. It's all good. I actually got hit by a car in college, too, just like that.
Wow.
I am so glad I'm okay.
Yeah.
You're okay. You're okay. We're all good.
She's talking to the driver.
You know what? It's one
sure
woman
you're
band.
okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Man,
sure
you
you're
are
okay?
so sweet, and you are okay. It is all good. Oh, Lord.
So
it's my last week on the job, and I think this would happen.
So you were bumped
specifically to
in.
me, Tim.
Were you bumped down
Shut
low,
up, Tim.
Tori, or were you hit up high? I couldn't really tell from looking.
You got me in the ass, Tim.
Do you know if I was bumped down low or up high, sir?
I just saw you disappear
I don't even
out of the
know.
screen.
I don't even know, Tim. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. But this is live TV, and everything's okay.
I got
What about that water main break?
I think this is a spoof.
I didn't at first, but after you said that, I watched this now for the second time. I agree with Dunaway. I don't think this is real.
Ooh. Man, that's playing it close to let a car clip you. It does hit her.
It hits her, and I think she hits the camera.
Right. She definitely hits the camera.
Yeah, but Tim is Tim looks like I don't know.
It's Tim's reaction and Tim's questions and all that.
Yeah.
I think it's a spoof.
No, I think
get you up
Tim
high,
might
or
be
did
on Quaaludes,
Did it
man.
get you down low?
I mean, play it again from the beginning because Tim's reaction, the question he asked, I think this is 100% a spoof.
Any flakes but wet roads, and now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Yeah, you can't stage that.
It's
That's
too
really
violent. Too violent, man.
Okay, I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay.
Well,
also her reaction, because if you've ever been in a wreck or something like that, you can't stop shaking like all that adrenaline.
So you're saying
quick.
she is or is not shaking?
When she
No,
gets
she got
up,
hit.
you can tell that she's like she's shook.
Yeah, but the first reaction, you stopped it there just 15 seconds back.
And they're not going to risk that equipment.
Oh, please. If it's her last
How
week on the
cheap are
And now
television
we're starting
stations?
to
listen to his
experience,
question. Listen to his question
unfortunately, in
afterwards.
freeze thaw,
First
we
of all,
see
bad
this,
eye movement
water
there.
main breaks.
Watch hit. Now watch his reaction and his first comment. Loud. Now watch.
I got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you
I'm
on
okay.
TV, Tori.
Woo!
That's a first for you on
I don't
TV,
like his
Tori.
reaction.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, you know
That's either a spoof or Tim should be suspended for a week.
I think Tim's he's a weirdo.
I just don't like Tim.
But as slow as that car was rolling, I had a buddy, Mark, when we were kids, a car hit him going about that fast, and he was actually out in the street throwing a Frisbee. And his foot got caught up in the wheel of the car, and it basically ripped his foot like apart.
Jeez.
And had to have multiple surgeries. So even as slow going as that car was, I mean, that could be some devastation there. There's no way you could set that up.
That is
too much liability.
That is Tim
IRR. Tim.
I guess that's how you say his name. How would you say?
How about her getting hit twice, though?
I know.
That was
bad
another
luck.
thing, Brand, that made me go spoof. I got hit once in college.
Really? That's random.
You're now a two-time car.
That's under the national average, isn't it?
Her last day at work too. She's getting too old for this.
This is her last week at work. That's another reason I thought it was a spoof.
Tim grew up admiring Walter Cronkite, though.
Yeah, well, he's far from it.
That eye roll Walter did that in his grave.
Okay, Tim.
Let's do trash on the table. Hit it, Rockstar.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great.
Great.
Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right.
By the way,
mortgages done the right way.
Paul's exactly right. That's definitely how Tom from Secession would have anchored that.
You okay,
He
Greg?
would have straightened his tie. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate a little debt, free up some funds, Cash Out Refi can get you what you need, and Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. We start first with Italy's High Court. When have we ever started there before?
Never.
The old High Court.
Never.
Huh?
An Italian couple has won a 2-decade-long court battle that invoked an international treaty signed after World War II in order to prove the acceptable volume of a toilet flush. I will tell you, the one we have down the hall is the loudest I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive flush.
No, sometimes it'll sync up where we're in there together, and
can't hear
we'll
a
be
word.
talking, and then we have to repeat ourselves whatever we're talking
Lance
about.
asked me a question yesterday as the toilet was flushing, and I had to let it finish and say, "Can you repeat that?" That's
Now,
how loud. It's crazy.
The ordeal started as a typical neighborhood quarrel, yet spanned nearly 2 decades and eventually made its way up to Italy's highest court this week. Now, it all began in 2003 when 4 brothers built a new toilet in their apartment located in a province of northwest Italy. The husband and wife living next door soon complained that the toilet was used frequently during the night, and the flush was so loud it would wake them up each time. Now, the couple took their case to court, demanding a resolution of the noise problem and the payment of damages, but the trial judge rejected their case. Now, the couple decided to take their case to the appeals court, triggering an inspection of the 2 flats that ultimately found in their favor. Investigators reported that they discovered a, quote, significant excess of 3 decibels over the standards required by legislation. Translation, that flush was too damn loud. Now, finally, the High Court ruled in favor of the couple, considering the impact of the flush had on their quality of life as an infringement of a right to, quote, respect one's own private and family life. I didn't know there was a decibel level on toilets.
I would
I didn't
rather
really either.
I'd rather have a strong flush than not a good flush, though.
I would too.
Well, yeah,
I don't want a double flush.
Yeah.
I don't want any of that. I don't want a light flush.
There was a trend not long ago for the low water flush, trying to save water.
Yeah, I don't want.
Well, you go to hotels and some have got the single flush or double, and I'm always going double.
Double flush. Yeah, 2/3 of the Earth's water. We're not going to run out of water.
I don't want any streaking left on the bowl. I want a flush.
Man can paint a picture, can he? Just literally.
Dunaway descriptive Dunaway.
I'm the Walter Cronkite of trash.
Hey, so this is pretty cool. Rockstar put together what some of the 7 wonders of the world would cost if you actually built them today. So Stonehenge would actually cost $3.5 million. Now,
it's just a bunch of rocks.
According to research by Big Rents,
So is the Coliseum.
it would take an estimated
organized.
$3.5 million to build Stonehenge using modern methods. This total includes the price of stones, cranes, and labor. So they don't do diving boards anymore. So built a pool years ago at
Like
the
you
house.
can't buy one?
They don't do them at all.
It's liability. So we have what is called a jump rock.
I've seen
Which seems a lot safer.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, the jump rock, it kind of it sticks like the texture of that rock. You're not going to slip the way it's built.
Right.
So it actually is safe. I get nervous. We've got one friend who used to be a cliff diver, believe it or not.
Right.
My friend Roney.
He's used to jumping off rocks.
Well, he'll do back flips off of it, and it scares me to death that he's going to hit his head.
That he's going to Greg Louganis that rock.
Anyway, my point was that one rock, I could not believe the cost of a rock. So I believe Stonehenge would be $3.5 million. Yeah. Now, the prices are going to go up. The Eiffel Tower, do you guys want to guess what the Eiffel
I'll
Tower?
say if it costs today, I would say $112 million.
Yeah, but it's not there's not a lot of building
Smaller
in there.
than you think, right?
It's smaller than you think, but
It's just bones.
but it's just basically an erector
Still
set.
structure, yeah.
I would say that would only cost $70 million.
$40 million.
See?
Contemporary records show the Eiffel Tower cost almost 7.8 million francs to build back in 1889, the equivalent of $40 million today. So why is it not more?
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know.
Now, they say the structure required more than 18,000 individual pieces of wrought iron, 2.5 million rivets, and 8 6-foot concrete slabs. What about the Great Pyramid of Giza?
Right by a Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Right, Rockstar?
Pizza Hut.
$1.2 billion. The Great Pyramid, also known as the Pyramid of the Cheops, was built in 26 BC. For almost 4,000 years, was the tallest man-made structure on the planet, measuring 481 feet high, made from around 2.3 million blocks of limestone. Experts say the pyramid today would cost a whopping $1.2 billion to build.
Ooh. What's expensive for a pyramid, Rockstar?
It sounds like a scheme to me.
How about the Great Wall of China?
That's a long one.
That's a lot of landscaping.
How long do you think it is?
I've got it here. I've got everything about it. And one thing I've got
I think it's
amazing.
312 miles long.
You've got the length of it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to guess it's much more than that. 858 miles.
I'm going to say 312. Like it could go from the Rocket in Huntsville to the Pink Pony Pub.
Just stop talking.
Right.
360 billion, stretching over 13,171 miles.
Are you kidding me? 13,000?
It's a little greater than I thought.
Yeah.
The Great Wall of China dates back more than 2,300 years. It took 2,000 years to complete.
Wow.
Hey, when are y'all going to be finished with this? 2 weeks.
You
remember that bridge in Atlanta that blew up?
Yeah.
And they were on the clock to get that thing done, and they churned that damn thing out in like 3 months.
And it took 2,000 years? You know how pissed people were that they kept having a detour. My God.
Well, I was about to say that little part from McFarland to the I-359 in Tuscaloosa, they're working on 2,000 right now.
That was 1,500 of the year.
Oh, my gosh.
Millions of workers actually worked on the Great Wall of China. Contrary to popular belief, it isn't actually visible from space. Exactly how much it cost in today's money is open to question, but most say $360 billion would be the number.
It's a waste of money.
Any of that labor, or are they counting on the free labor they had back then?
Hell, we're only charging, $7 now?
That's in Alabama.
Well, they said
bigger somewhere
for
else.
the Great Wall, people would just die. Workers would die, and they just bury them in the wall, like in the cement. Like, let's just put them in there. Like,
fewer bricks.
You seen Tom after lunch? Nope.
Said his head was hurting.
Yeah. Okay. You're right, Brown. That saves concrete at that point,
no
right?
doubt, yeah.
A woman has shared how she got out of a bad date by pretending to receive a text telling her she had COVID from a positive PCR test. Again, this is dangerous. I never blame any kind of excuse on an illness because I think it's bad karma. You guys agree?
Do I think when people get sick, it's bad karma?
No, I think it's bad karma to blame. Hey, I can't make it tonight because I've got a kid that's sick.
So you've never done that? You've never said, I'm just not feeling well. I'm not going to make it.
No, I might blame it on I might say that I don't feel well. I feel a little off, but I've got to feel a little off.
Yeah. There has to be some truth in your lie.
The thing right now would be to say that I've got a family member who has tested positive. That's still bad karma.
Well, I'm positive too. We're good.
The actual fact, it was a text from her friend to help her ditch her date. Now, TikToker Kaylee at 1010one described how she was the worst effing date I've ever been on in my life, needed rescuing, as she explained in her story and recalled thinking, quote, I need to leave. I couldn't spend any more time here, end quote. Now, after she escaped to the toilet, Kaylee came up with her exit plan and got her friend to text her a fake COVID positive test result, changed her contact name to NHS PCR test to make it believable, as she shows viewers the fake text, which read, your coronavirus lateral flow test was positive. It's likely you're infectious. Find out more at whatever the corona self.
So that gets her out of the date mid-date, basically.
So what would you do if you're the guy? Like you see that you're such a bad date that she went through all this trouble just to get out of it.
Just tell me. It's obviously a first date. It ain't going well. I don't feel this. I'm getting up. Don't spend any more money on it.
Well, I'm not thinking the date's going well anyway. If she's spending that much time in the bathroom anyway, I'm thinking, oof.
Wouldn't you already have that
bad
plan,
oysters?
though?
Yeah, I would have it ready to go.
I'm shooting my buddy, hey, there's a symbol. I'm just going to shoot you the number 7.
Yeah.
And when that comes over,
Fire
then you
back.
send this back.
That's right, yep.
Now, upon returning to her date, Kaylee broke the news of her positive test result, as she remembers saying to him, look, you're not going to believe it, but I've tested positive.
In the bathroom?
It was then that the TikToker used the opportunity to leave and said, quote, well, I'm going to have to go home. But rather than going home, she went clubbing with her pal and revealed that she, quote, slept with someone anyway.
But she was positive, Lance. That's not. She was sick.
Yeah. She's now waiting a new test, right? Sorry.
Well, we call her a skank.
Skank, gonna write that down.
Skank.
That's with a K.
Appreciate our guest in the audience. Live
It's good lesson for them. You don't want to be called a skank.
You do not.
No, you really don't. Uzel Martinez from Mexico has claimed that he donated the kidney to his girlfriend's mother, but was ditched less than a month later.
I was going to say, don't tell me she broke up with him.
There's got to be a lag time of a year if you give an organ to one of their family members.
Yeah.
The end result is even better.
Now, the story of Martinez, who works as a teacher, has gone viral on social media.
I'm going to need it back, please.
Yeah.
After he revealed his unfortunate love affair as part of a TikTok trend. In a series of video, he explained how he generously helped save his lady love's mother by donating an organ. But little did Martinez know that even such a heroic act would not be enough to make his relationship work, and it would eventually get over within weeks of the transplant. To add to his heartbreak, Martinez's former girlfriend has now married another man.
Oh.
Quote, I donated the kidney to her mother. She left me and got married a month later. End quote. Now, in follow-up videos, Martinez responded to comments on his viral post saying he was doing fine, didn't hold any grudges against the ex-girlfriend. He said he was healthy despite being left with only one kidney, and the past was the past. I think I'd ask for the kidney back.
I don't think it works that way.
I don't know if I'd want it back.
Hey, we've got some really bad news.
Listen, you can keep
It's been 30 days. I'm not satisfied.
You can keep the ring and the band T-shirt.
I
You can keep my Ram
guarantee
T-shirt,
you
but I want my kidney back.
Mom would have kept the daughter together with the dude if it hinged on having to give the kidney back.
Absolutely.
Or if it was a plan, like, look, I'm looking to break up with him. Honey, give me 2 more weeks. We got the operation, then wait about 30 days, then end
we're
it.
good. Whatever you want to do.
But I want to marry Hector. You can do that. Just wait.
Final story coming out of the exotic city of Detroit. I don't know if I agree with this. I think this is probably bad news. Federal government is moving forward with a plan to let teenagers drive big rigs from state to state in a test program.
Oof.
I would not feel comfortable even with a month's training driving a big rig.
No doubt.
Technically, I think I would have trust the orangutan that's driving around the zoo in the golf cart.
So relaxed.
Now, currently,
so nonchalant.
He could do the horn.
who cross state lines must be at least 21 years old, but an apprenticeship program required by Congress to help ease supply chain backlogs would let 18 to 20-year-old truckers drive outside their home states. Now, the pilot program detailed Thursday in a proposed regulation from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration would screen the teens, barring any driving while impaired violations or traffic tickets for causing a crash. The American Trucking Association's a large industry trade group, supports the measure as a way to help the shortage of drivers.
Hey, did we get fined for playing the orangutan video the other day? The one with the Sopranos music?
I don't think you get fined, you get clipped.
Or did we get clipped or
yeah,
whatever?
You get clipped saying that you can't make
But
any
did
money
we?
off. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's owned by the PGA.
Well, not the one with the Sopranos music.
Oh, I don't know. I'm probably for the song, yeah. For the Sopranos theme song.
Okay.
Who listens?
It's like an algorithm.
Yeah, it's got a digital footprint.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, the new year is here, so is your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right have the perfect solution for empty pockets, a cash-out refinance. With a cash-out refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity. The best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything you want. The experts at Mortgage Right will guide you every single step of the way and make getting extra cash easy. Get started online. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Roman Harper at the top of the hour, a fact or fiction in the final hour. A lot more still to come on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey! On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Back with you on the next round. LTD and B with you as we roll into the top of the hour here. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Champy'sChicken.com. They keep everything right for you for lunch right now on Highway 119 down in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com. Ready for lunch, dinner, or to take home. You're home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken. Already on the show today, Bruce Feldman, who has talked with us about the possibility of Derek Mason being up for the job at Oklahoma State, something he reported yesterday. If I asked you right now, Derek Mason coaching somewhere else or Auburn next year, hard to imagine that we're this deep into January now. We still have so many guys just now entering the portal or coaching changes going on.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Mason is if he has indeed fallen out of level with Brian Harsin, and that was the other part of what Bruce said, is they're just not on the same page, it appears. There are not many jobs still left out there. I mean, Oak State is one of the last ones. If you don't get this one now, if Jim Harbaugh goes on to Michigan, or excuse me, goes on to Las Vegas, there might be a job at Michigan, and that might create some trickle down, but you're running out of jobs.
Look, I think Derek Mason's a really good coach. If there is something there and he's looking to escape, Oklahoma State's not a bad jumping point.
No.
Look, I mean, all in all, Auburn's the better program, but Oklahoma State, where they are in this moment in time, they've got a better opportunity to have success. Dunaway said if he really wants to become a head coach again, Feldman brought up the fact that he's 52 years old, and he heard that's his goal to become a head coach again. You want to go somewhere you're successful. And if Oklahoma State makes another run to a college football playoff and they have a really good defense like Knowles did last year, he has an opportunity.
Some other big moves happening. Ali Gay, defensive end for LSU, is returning next year. A couple of guys from A&M are in the portal. Safety Eric Young, running back Darvin Hubbard on their way out. A portal guy from Arkansas in the portal yesterday, Traylon Smith, running back. You saw him get meaningful carries this year at Arkansas.
Traylon Smith was a really good running back last year. I mean, he's smaller, 5'9", 190 pounds, but I mean, this is a guy that had, over 700 yards, 5 touchdowns last year. He's a guy that's played a lot. He started his career at Arizona State. I don't know where he's going to go. He's from Houston, so he's probably got a variety of places he could take off to.
And I love this for Kentucky. Javon Baker, the Alabama wide receiver, visiting Kentucky.
Weird spot, though. We talked about this with Wan'Dale Robinson. You leave a bad offense in Nebraska and go to a bad offense at Kentucky. This guy's leaving one of the top offenses in America. Do you know how far the drop-off is to Kentucky's offense?
But if he can't get on the field in Tuscaloosa with the people coming in and who already are there to be maybe the number one
at least,
Kentucky.
Yeah, it's at least still in the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, and I look at Wan'Dale and the production he had last year. He made a name for himself.
Yeah, so that's a possibility there. And boy, if you're Mark Stoops, what a big get that would
it'd be huge,
have a playmaker there on the offensive side of the ball. And I love this scheduling from Tennessee, home and home with Washington. You start thinking of helmet games and games maybe you haven't seen a lot of. Maybe they've played each other, but I can't think of a Tennessee-Washington game. What a great trip for the Vol fans who went to Eugene a few years ago for a home and home with Oregon. Now they'll get a Seattle trip in 2029 and 2030, home and home with the Huskies.
Always wanted to go to a game up there, to Husky Stadium. It's a place I've always wanted to go to.
I want a vacation up there. I haven't gone to Seattle ever.
Pacific Northwest, I had a trip booked there years ago and ended up not going. But if you could go to one stadium in the Pac-12, would it be Husky? I'd go to Autzen.
It'd be Autzen or Husky.
It'd be one of those two because I've been to the L.A. Coliseum.
I've never been to the Coliseum, been to the Rose
Coliseum.
Bowl.
Overrated.
Been outside Stanford Stadium, didn't do a whole lot for me. We saw that in Palo Alto one day.
Hey, in a couple of weeks.
I've been to Sun Devil Stadium, too.
I've driven past it. It's closer to the downtown than I thought it was.
It's crazy because
it's metal bleachers. Lightning comes, which I don't know how much lightning's out there. I'd be running.
On TV, it looks like it's in the middle of the desert. It's really, I mean, there's a skyline right next to it.
Skyline behind you. The desert mountains is what they always show you. When we come back, Roman Harper will be with us. But speaking of the L.A. Coliseum, a couple of weeks, they're racing NASCAR inside the Coliseum.
And I don't know how that's possible, just trying to visualize being in that Coliseum a couple of times. I don't know how they do that.
Well,
it seems so small.
I guess it's just basically on the track that used to be for the Olympics.
It just seems
Short
way
track racing,
too small.
It's a quarter-mile track at that point. Yeah, interesting. They'll do that before they do they'll do that before they do the Daytona 500. All right, Roman's next. Stay with us, TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years, the James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, Roman Harper with us in just a second. Part of the headlines right now being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. We're into a new year now, and always the same story when it comes to finding the best gifts at Bromberg's.
Hey, maybe 2022 is the year you're thinking about popping the question. Well, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. Two great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Stetson Bennett is returning. Jermaine Burton is not. The second best receiver on the Georgia team is in the portal today. Derek Mason is a candidate at Oklahoma State for the DC job from Bruce Feldman, who was on our show earlier of The Athletic. Travaris Robinson, part of the Alabama coaching staff, the new addition there. Aaron Suttles and Bruce Feldman reporting that. Kendall Briles staying at Arkansas, saying no to Miami and the possibility of him being the OC there. Auburn wins again. They've won 14 in a row. They play Kentucky in basketball, and Alabama breaks a 3-game losing streak. And we're going to talk a little NFL football with our man Roman Harper.
The great from Alabama, and for the New Orleans Saints, Carolina Panthers. We're going on a ride with Roman Harper right now. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Harp? How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Sorry, my workout ran a little long, fellas. But it's all good, though.
Okay.
You guys can see me. I can still talk. I'm not driving or doing anything crazy. Well, I am driving, but not doing anything crazy.
No,
I'm just in the neighborhood.
you keep your eyes on the road. We got you fine.
Yeah, so what was the workout like? I mean, Harp, you know I'm a big Rams guy, and Eric Weddle, to come out of retirement, he hasn't played in 2 years. Dude is 37 years old, and he was on the field, 15, 18 snaps on Monday night. Do you think you could actually go back out there, suit up, and play in an NFL game right now?
I mean, I could probably give you some reps like Weddle did, bro. I gotta call my boy. Sorry that I gotta buckle up. Sorry. I gotta call my boy Eric Weddle, man. I gotta call him and check on him because I said I was gonna do that afterwards. I couldn't believe it that he went back out there. But I could probably run around. He's gonna be so smart. He's gonna be in the right position. I saw they had a couple little bit of some communication problems, but that's just because he has to get used to playing with his teammates. He's an excellent safety. Hopefully a future Pro Bowl Hall of Fame guy. I love him. He's one of the greatest guys. He would literally be in the middle of a play. And I remember like it was yesterday. I think he almost sacked Drew Brees. And he ran by our sidelines and saw me. He was like, dude, I'm trying to be like you getting a sack on the quarterback. You see that move, bro? And he's like the nicest guy, Cali swag all the time. Really genuine dude. It was really cool to see him get back out there. I couldn't believe it. I thought he was just going to play special teams, but to actually see him in on first, second down, third down situations was great. And that also lets you know that they were thin in secondary and that they needed somebody, a veteran presence, that they understand how important it is to win. Not only that, but how many other veteran, high-quality guys they have in that locker room that it's so easy to just fit in and you'll be okay because everybody's all in on trying to win a Super Bowl on that Rams team this year.
Speaking of those Rams, they play the Bucs this weekend. Everybody will talk about Stafford and Brady and Kupp and Mike Evans. But this does seem like it's a defensive game, right? Best defense wins this game this weekend?
I would think the Bucs defense has to play a big game, understanding how many injuries they've had in their secondary all year long, and understanding that if you're the Rams, the Rams must run the football. So now they don't have to depend on Matthew Stafford to win them the game. That was what was most important this past week, was that the Rams defense stepped up. They caused Kyler Murray all types of problems. They never got in rhythm. You know, the game was over the first quarter and a half. That game was over. And then if the Bucs, they can't get off to a slow start like that, I think it's more important for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense to have a great game, stop Akers in that run game of the Rams, and force Matthew Stafford to beat you with his arm, understanding that in big game moments, Stafford has always been a quarterback that's always kind of given the ball away or given the game away and had these turnover issues. And so that's what you're counting on if you're the Buccaneers. You want to force Stafford to beat you, stop this run game, which we all know the Buccaneers do an excellent job of stopping the run. So it's going to play on Matt Stafford and his arm. He must take care of the football, can't get frustrated in the pocket, and he can't force it. If you do, Tampa Bay's going to take advantage of it, and we all know Tom Brady, all he does is win ball games.
Roman Harper is with us at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. To do what the Bills offense did against anybody at any time is incredible. To do it in the playoffs, and Harp, to do it against a Bill Belichick defense, that was one of the most incredible offensive performances we've ever seen.
It was awesome. I mean, they were just on fire. You know you're on when, it's almost like Steph Curry gets fouled. He just throws one up and it goes in.
Yeah.
And that's what it looked like when Josh Allen was running out of bounds and just wanted to throw the ball away, and Knox caught it still in the back of the end zone. It's like, okay, now it's their day. And I've been against those teams where it just seems like everything's going their way, no matter what goes on. And that's what Buffalo was the other day, last weekend versus the Patriots. They wanted that game a lot more. They were a hungry team. They had more to prove. Understand that New England still has a young offense, and they're inadequate at some positions on offense, and we all understand that. But Buffalo's a team that's on the rise, that they've been building to this moment the last 2 or 3 years. They've been winning a lot more games, and under Coach McDermott, they want this, and they understand that winning and a Super Bowl run is in the cards for them right now. And they're a very exciting team to watch. I expect Josh Allen to have another great weekend, and I'm looking forward to it. These games only get tighter and better the more and more the deeper we get into the playoffs.
Hey, Harp, there's only a handful of elite tight ends in this league. Travis Kelce is one of those guys, if not the best. I mean, it's him and George Kittle. As a former safety, I mean, is it just impossible to cover one of those guys?
Oh, with first of all, a good throw always beats perfect coverage. That's just what it is. That's the frustrating part about playing defense, especially in the NFL where you can't touch receivers. And so I always struggled and had the most headaches covering Tony Gonzalez. Why? Because he's so much bigger than you. That's the hardest part, is that how do you cover a guy that's 6'6", 6'5", 6'7", when they can just throw it up or they box you out like a rebound and you can't get around them. And they have excellent hand-eye coordination and that soft hands. So that's the hardest part, is that with Kansas City, they do such a great job of designing plays to go to Kelce, and then they have so much speed on the outside that allows him to work the middle, and you have an excellent quarterback. The tight end that's really scary to me, that it just seems like he still is untapped, is Darren Waller, just because he has this type of speed that is just unmatched, that he just runs by safeties, he runs by linebackers. If he can get Derek Carr just to be a little bit more consistency with his accuracy, he would be the guy that really, really a threatening person.
The King is back. Here comes Derrick Henry. Hasn't played those since after the eighth game of the year, so he missed the back half of the season. He's
still one of the leading stat guys.
I know, it's
every
crazy.
rushing stat in the NFL. It's crazy.
That's right, in 8 games. But he's been on the shelf. Tell me about being 100% and back playing and being in game shape. Is that just something us in the media talk about, or is there a real thing called game shape?
There will be a little bit thing called game shape. But for Derrick Henry, I don't think it matters as much. And also because the Tennessee Titans have gotten used to playing without him. So they're not going to turn around and force feed him 30 times. They're willing to give another running back or 7 carries and just take a little bit off of Henry as he continues to work back into it, and understanding that it's not going to all be just him as a full load. I do expect him to get at the minimum of 20 carries. He's been practicing for the last 3 weeks to a month. He has been getting in game shape. He has been running. He's been doing extra. And if you watch him or follow him on Instagram, his workout regimen is real. So I don't question anything that this man does off the field to get prepared to do anything on the field, just knowing the work that he puts in and how he treats his body. Look at him. He looks like a machine. He looks like a creative player. And once he gets going in that secondary, nobody's going to be able to stop him and catch him. And he's truly 100%. When everybody else around him in the playoffs is still kind of beat up.
Roman Harper on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Is he the most business decision player as a safety you've ever seen? Derrick Henry will make you make a business decision.
Well, he's definitely going to make you create angles. Like,
yeah.
you're creating this angle that maybe wasn't there just so I can make sure he runs by me just a little bit so I can get his ankle. I'm definitely not trying to take this guy head on. He's huge. But the crazy thing is that probably not even the most powerful runner. It's his stiff arm that's the scary thing. His stiff arm and his speed. He runs very upright. He's a tall guy, and he runs upright. So he doesn't just lower the boom on guys, which is crazy for as big as he is. It's all about his game-breaking speed and his stiff arm. So you understand if he's going running away from you, you're trying to just haul your tail off just to try and catch up with him. And then he hits you with a stiff arm and just leaves you in the dust. And it's crazy to see it that as big as he is, he's not the complete power runner that you would assume, but it's all about his stiff arm and his speed.
Harp, I'm going to assume you played in Lambeau against Aaron Rodgers. As a Rams fan, I was glad the 49ers won where the Rams didn't have to go there for that divisional round game against Green Bay. How do you beat Aaron Rodgers in Lambeau?
You just gotta be able to put up points, man. You got to put pressure on them. You have to put pressure on them. That's the biggest thing. And you can't come in thinking about, all right, well, how do we stop? I think the Rams are built right because they have enough guys that can affect Aaron Rodgers up the middle. When I say that, I mean Aaron Donald, Von Miller, these guys on the defensive side. All you need is just a couple plays. And I need Matt Stafford to give the ball to OBJ. I know Cooper Kupp's the one with all the records, and he's really smart, and he's going to do his own thing. But OBJ is a player that gets everybody else around him excited. He's like that one energy guy that when he gets the ball and he's getting going, everybody else feeds off of that. I've seen it happen, and those are the guys that you need to feed off of. I think getting Cam Akers going with the run game and also taking advantage of Jair Alexander, who hasn't been healthy all year long, and these wide receivers of the Rams, you can have an advantage with these against this Green Bay secondary, and you got to score points. You cannot allow Aaron Rodgers to dictate the tempo and everything, just letting these guys get comfortable and just scoring points. Take away Devontae Adams, make somebody else beat you. I think that's really hard. That's really easy for me to say for the year that they've had on Green Bay. But you got to do something. You got to make them feel uncomfortable. And I think scoring points is the most important thing.
All right, go follow him on Twitter at Harp41, on Instagram at Harp_41. See him on the SEC Network. Excellent breakdown, Roman. Thank you for the time. Hope the workout went well.
Hey, man, I don't even follow NFL football like I used to. I'm just such a fan. I watch all the games so intensely. I love it. Hey, man, good luck to your Rams this weekend, guys. I'll be cheering for. I think I'm going for the Buccaneers.
Thank you.
I do want to see the Rams do well too. I want to see the Rams do well too.
Well, you don't know that, but I'm a lifelong Buccaneers fan. So this is it's bitter between me and LT this week. Yeah.
Tom Brady's got enough rings, man. He's got enough.
I agree. I want to see OBJ get one. I'm really cheering for him more than anybody else. I could care less about that.
And Harper, it's amazing, man, that guy. And I don't want to say like he took time off, but from where he was in New York as one of the top 2 or 3 receivers to whatever happened in Cleveland, and they did have a great quarterback situation, but he's so rejuvenated and like the speed has gone nowhere. His hands are incredible. He's like the old Odell right now. It's crazy.
It's amazing that how much people try to say it was all him, it was all Odell. And yeah, he might be a different bird, but let me tell you, the bird can fly. And he can fly high and he can fly fast. The dude is an exciting player. I played against him when he was young in New York with Eli. And I mean, he was the fastest player on the field. He was the most explosive player. And also, he has the best hands on the field as well. He's a special talent, top 5 talent. And since he's been in the league, he's been a top 5 talent at wide receiver. And now he has a quarterback in the offense that's making sure that they get him the ball. And he's showing you why he's that good and that he's not a problem. Just put him around other professionals that know how to handle it. And he's in the perfect city for him as well. He's just happy. And you see what he's doing now that he's happy.
I want to see Mike Evans get a second ring is what I want to see.
Whatever.
Yes.
To complete the circuit, Harp, I'm a lifelong Dolphins fan. I'll need you to talk about the draft for me. There's no playoffs here.
I mean, I don't even know what Miami's trying to do. I thought Brian Flores, it just understands you that it's all about relationships. That if you rub people the wrong way, they can find a reason to get you out, no matter how good you are or how great people think you are. Outside of that building, it's all about the relationships inside that building. You have to learn how to work well with others. And I don't know personally if Brian Flores, I've heard great things about him, but man, if the owner don't like you and you don't get along with the GM, it ain't just going to happen. Like, it doesn't matter how good of a coach you are. And that's what Nick Saban struggled with the most when he was there, is that I don't get to make my own decisions about my own team. I don't know if I can do this. And that is the difference in college and football and in NFL, that you have to learn how to work with other professionals and other people that get paid more than you. That's what it is.
It might be a bad franchise. I think Roman's on to something. We have a franchise issue there. All right, go follow him on Twitter.
Draft picks, though.
That's right.
We got draft picks.
At Harp41, at Harp_41. Have a great day, Roman. Thank you for the time.
Appreciate it, man. And thank you as always.
All right, buddy. We'll talk soon. Roman Harper with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
It was like Cash Cab.
Long drive.
The lights on the roof.
He's really good at that.
Yeah. I was really hoping at some point, Rockstar, you guys would start singing Adele together or something.
Wow.
Roman's karaoke.
Have you seen that one? Where I know everybody's seen it. Where James Corden?
James Corden.
Yeah, he starts singing with Adele, and he's really good.
Oh, yeah, he can sing.
He does Broadway plays.
Yeah, he does Broadway.
But she's blown away too. She's like, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Was that good? Was that a good British accent?
That's great.
All right, listen to me, guys. I know there's one game you never want to be out of, and my friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic right there to help you out. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED, and there are many different causes to that, like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply just low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff there to help find the problem, and some of you will be back into the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. Sometimes you think it's as simple as just taking one little pill and waiting 45 minutes and then you're off to the game. That's not always the case. There can be some underlying problems, some side effects. You want to be treated by a professional. That's where the Alabama Men's Clinic comes in. Let the pros find the solution, find the best game plan for you, and take care of you. Call them today. 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com, alabamamensclinic.com. When we come back, contract extension from earlier in the week we haven't talked about with one Power 5 coach, what Mel Kiper and Todd McShay are fighting about, and still to come, a fact or fiction. It's all straight ahead on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order Butterburger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Right, we'll get to fact or fiction again, but a thing has happened on the internet over the last 24 hours or so about the WSAZ news reporter video. We're going to play the video for you again, and we called it when we played it earlier. There's one big victim in this, and it's not the girl that gets hit by the car. Tim, the news anchor, apparently his career is taking a hit.
Oh, no. Tim is completely
he wasn't too sympathetic.
Yeah.
I mean, he was basically, I don't know, you guys, I don't know who thought it was fake. There's no chance it was fake.
I thought it was fake.
Quick.
Well, there's no way. The liability out there.
I
They're not going to
thought
let her get
Tim's
plowed by a
portion
car.
makes it look fake. There's no way you can fake her getting hit by the car like this.
Yeah, I've seen Brownie do some creative things with editing. There's a chance that the right portion, the reporter getting hit, could be real, and then we've gone back and re-edited and recreated Tim, the dumbass anchor here, who's saying all the crazy stuff over there. Let's play it again if you missed it as you watch us on our streaming platforms, and the audio for all of you listening just audio. This is from WSAZ Studio, and a young reporter in the field on her last week on the job covering the thawing out and a water line break.
Bar and Tori, they're not seeing any flakes but wet roads, and now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
That's awful.
Got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you on TV, Tori.
Woo! We're all good. I'm okay. Yeah, you know, that's live TV for you. It's all good. I actually got hit by a car in college, too, just like that.
Wow.
I am so glad I'm okay.
Wow.
You're okay. You're okay. We're all good. This is, You know what? It's one
sure
woman
you're
band.
okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Ma'am,
sure you're
you
okay?
are so sweet and you are okay. It is all good.
Some responses rolling into the video. Cassie writes in and say, what is Tim thinking about? Who cares where she got hit?
I thought the same
Lower,
thing.
upper, top? What a dumb blank question from him.
But he did say, not to Tim's defense, because he seems
you
very
would defend
unsympathetic.
Tim,
No,
Lance.
but he did say, "Are you sure you're okay?"
Yeah, he did. He did.
And he
ask
gave
him.
her a wow.
Yeah, he gave her a wow.
Adam Zucker, who we know from the CBS studio
yeah.
show, says, as I watch this video for the 5th time, I'm starting really to worry more about Tim than I am the reporter in the field.
I think most are.
What is up with Tim?
Timothy says, to be clear, I will not tolerate, he's the guy who actually sent out the video, I will not tolerate Tim slander on my timeline. I'll pull this video down if you guys continue to bash Tim.
Wow, he's a big Tim guy, huh?
Yeah,
he
is.
He's Team Tim.
And most people are starting to comment by his eye movement that Tim may be a little half-baked before the late local news.
He could have had an edible or two before he went on. You never know.
Tim has not tweeted today.
Yeah.
I just looked up his Twitter, at WSAZIRR. His last name is
I'm going to say
IRR.
representation from Tim told him just to lay low for a
Shut her
little
all
bit.
down.
If we are going to find Bruce Arians, Super Bowl winning coach,
Oh, this is stupid, too.
$50,000 for hitting that guy on the helmet who is trying to mouth off to a player in the Eagles playoff game. We're going to find BA $50,000, and we're going to let Tim go to work today after those comments? Tim should be fined or suspended at least one show for his comments during that.
Well, I mean, look, you and Scotty have worked in TV much more than me, and any of us, really. I got to say something, though, about what's it called? Is it the director that's deciding what's on or not? How does he leave her shot up?
Director and producer, yeah.
No, I think you've got to leave that shot up. Especially when she immediately said she was okay.
Well, I know, but don't you go full screen to Tim while Jessica gets her crap back together and is able to get back on her feet?
Who is the affiliate there?
I'm going to say CBS.
Okay. Well, they're not flipping to NBC when that's going down.
Yeah. No, they're going to keep
They want
watching.
to see the aftermath.
Why? Don't you agree with me, though, Dunaway?
I would have gone. If I'd have been
You go
Tim.
Tim full screen?
If I'd have been not half-baked Tim, I would have said, listen, Tori, while you get the shot back together and we check on you, we're going to cut away
That's
to
what I'm
another
saying.
shot.
Yeah,
Let's go over to Jerry with the weather. Jerry, how much is the snow going to happen? You always toss the weather.
Jerry,
when you're in doubt, toss the weather.
Yeah, and then Jerry has to say, "Oh my
You
God,
found out
that
Jerry
was
was,
awful." wasn't it?
Jerry was driving the car.
Jerry was
In the
late.
storm
Jerry
tracker.
was late to work.
Yeah, no, but Jerry, as you can see, it is hazardous out there.
Yeah. Here's our 7-day forecast. Anyway, we'll see if Tim's at work later tonight at WSB.
Where's she leaving? She was such a good reporter.
Oh, I've got where she's going.
Because I was
But is
impressed.
it a new job, or is she staying in the industry?
She's staying in the industry.
Okay,
She's
good.
going to WTAE. And
Tori
if I was her
is?
representation, I would get more money because she is a star today.
Where's
Well,
WTAE?
I think she's going to get more money from that station she's leaving.
Oh, that's in
But that
Pittsburgh.
package has gotten a lot heavier.
Hey, that's a pretty good upgrade. Where was she? Huntington, West Virginia?
Huntington, West Virginia.
The
to Pittsburgh.
WTAE's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's like going from AA baseball to the bigs.
Yeah. Oh, she'll be network at
Yeah.
some point.
Good for her.
We'll always remember this.
Part of the show in the Farmfolio chat room over here, Charles says the live shot is the ratings. They cannot afford to cut away from that. Got to keep doing with that.
Oh, you got to protect your people.
Yeah. All right. So that's part of the Farmfolio chat room. We appreciate Farmfolio being with us here in 2022.
Real quick, though, we know somebody that got hit by a car and came up in certain body parts right out of a shirt. What if Tori had stood up and that was the case with Tori?
Yeah, but she had the full jacket on.
It was winter, but
She
a
needed
summer live
something
shot.
Yes.
She needed something reflective on, though.
We call that.
So this is Tori's fault all of a sudden.
Well, I'm just saying.
You're on Tim.
I am not Tim.
Tim over there is getting on Tori.
No, not at all.
Hey, if you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
He's Team Tom on Secession, too.
I
isn't
know. You like Greg or Tom better?
I like Greg better, but I mean the duo. It's just they play off each other
They're
so
so
well.
good, aren't
you
they?
can't have Tom without Greg or Greg without Tom.
Yeah.
Earlier this week, Kirk Ferentz at Iowa gets a contract extension. $7 million a year. I mean, you're debating earlier that we shouldn't pay Kirby Smart and make him the highest paid coach in
That should be
college
Nick
football.
Saban. Should be the highest paid coach in college
And
football.
your reason was?
Because he's the best coach in college football.
No, on Kirby Smart was, hey, where's Kirby going to go?
Well, I'm saying that's what Georgia would say. I said Nick Saban should be the highest paid. I'm fine if you make Kirby Smart. I'm saying what Georgia would say.
Why is Iowa going to pay Kirk Ferentz $7 million through 2029 now? Where's Kirk going to go?
He's not going to go anywhere. They're not making him the highest paid coach in college football. How big a raise is that for him?
$7 million,
That's a big raise.
probably $2 million.
$2 million?
That's a lifetime achievement kind of
It
thing.
is. It is a lifetime achievement. It's a guy who also has donated a significant amount of money to that hospital where they wave at the kids at. And I mean, this is a guy that is Mr. Iowa. He is the guy in your program.
Surprised that he's not stepping down. I mean, there was a time the last couple of years you thought his career was winding down. Now his contract extended out through 2029.
Now he is the third oldest coach because it's Mac Brown, Nick Saban, and then Kirk, right?
Yep.
I didn't think anybody could do a better job at Iowa than Hayden Fry did.
And
But
he's done.
I think he's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it. He's had them really close to college football playoffs year in, year out. They're 9 or 10 wins. I think we undervalue how difficult that job is. Can you imagine having to recruit to Iowa City?
I think what Iowa knows when they pay him $7 million is our program's probably going to fall off the cliff the day this guy leaves.
Mark Stoops played there, right? I know
He
Bob
did. But do you leave Kentucky for that job now? I mean, Kentucky's paying Stoops almost $7 million.
Well, Cristobal just left Oregon for Miami, so you never know how strong that tie is.
But Miami is the potential of what Miami could be. It's done it before. Oregon's been in the championship games, never won one. A chance to go home at a program that is at one point been a perennial championship is a lure.
I get it, but the Big Ten West right now is so wide open. I mean, you look at Wisconsin. I mean, they're having their moments. They're so close. You look at what Nebraska was able to do way back in the day.
And one's living in Eugene, Oregon, and living in Miami, Florida. I would be more of a Miami guy than I would be
I think that
an
was
Oregon guy.
It was a cultural deal. I just don't think Cristobal probably ever felt totally comfortable up there.
Now, Mark Stoops looks like a potato with every meal kind of guy, so he's going to be comfortable in Lexington or Iowa.
Let me ask you this, though. Better chance, although Kentucky is a better job on the surface because it's the SEC, and he's making a little bit more money, but now that you can pay $7 million, better chance of getting to a college football playoff, Iowa or Kentucky?
Iowa.
There you
definitely.
go.
No, you're right. And if he can win at Kentucky, he can win at Iowa, right?
Right, yeah, and especially in the Big Ten West.
Yeah.
We got a fact or fiction coming up. After Brown tells us about Nichols, though, I want to know if we just saw this one piece of video. I want to know if this on-the-air dispute is real or if they do this for show this time of year. But first, Nichols Outfitters.
Hey, listen, Nichols Outfitters in Pelham is home of one of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for this hunting season. Off exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Rockstar, do we think Mel Kiper and Todd McShay like each other?
I don't know, but Mel's looking more and more like Count Chocula by the day.
He really is getting older. But do you guys think? Do you think Kiper and McShay like each other?
I think for a moment, I think Kiper might have been a little, not intimidated, but maybe was fearful of his job because the younger McShay was getting a little more airtime. I think now Kiper's comfortable where he is. I think they work well together now.
I feel like part of this is a show. Like
he was a little threatened early on.
I'm going to put out my mock first-round draft, what Kiper did yesterday, and then, boom, we're going to roll up McShay on SportsCenter last night and let McShay say, well, I think Mel got this wrong. How does he leave out these two SEC DBs who are obviously first-round draft picks?
I
And
know
then
who one is.
Kiper claps back and says, well, sometimes SEC athletes are overrated. So now they got a little back and forth going. I feel like it's almost made up, but Kiper left off Roger McCreary of Auburn, and then Elam from Florida. Both of them left out of his first round.
Well, I don't know about you guys. I don't know why I gravitate. Maybe because I grew up on Kiper. McShay's got better credentials when you're looking at the credibility of a guy that actually played at Richmond. And, Kiper, according to Bill Polian, his postman knows more than Kiper.
Yeah.
I've always thought Kiper...
Is Bill Polian employed right now in the
No,
NFL?
he's not. I've always thought Kiper does a really good job, so I always kind of defer to Kiper. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, it's name brand with me. Yeah,
I think I've always liked McShay more, actually. And here's why. Because I see McShay on the college football games every Saturday, so I feel like he's got a little more insight into the college guys.
Talks to the coaches a little bit more.
Talks to the coaches. And like Lance said, McShay, I don't know what Kiper's verified credentials were prior to him doing this for ESPN. But McShay's are verified. I mean, Todd worked his way up in the scouting.
So, but you do agree, and I do too, with McShay that I thought Roger McCreary of Auburn should have been a first-round pick.
He will be a
first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a swing and a miss, and I don't know how you actually just omit somebody like that. It's one thing we were talking about the dude that had Auburn number 9 in his top 25. I mean, sometimes you leave out a team and you're like, oh my God, how did I do that on a week-to-week basis? Go back, fill it in. But working on this big board for this long, how you would leave out McCreary doesn't make any sense.
I agree. Fact or fiction when we come back. LT's got a lock for us as well, brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. That's in our next segment. You can get Roman Harper, Bruce Feldman from ESPN and The Athletic podcasted at nextroundlive.com. And don't forget a new Mystery Fifth Hour where we talk about everything except sports. And our afternoon podcast is up as well. Same location, nextroundlive.com, also on Apple Podcast and Spotify.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Some old friends and new friends in studio with us from our friends at Bud Light, our presenting sponsor, and we've been telling you all week about the new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, 4 classic soda flavors, a whole new way to experience those Bud Light Seltzers, the hard soda flavors out there that include, let's see, we have the classic cola, the cherry cola, the citrus, and the orange soda, which sounds delicious, especially with spring and summer coming up here in the South. They all have that pop right there with 0 sugar, only 100 calories, available wherever you buy beer. And you see the logos bouncing around behind us here. And we'll get to Fact or Fiction here. Before we do Fact or Fiction, Brown, tell us the Tampa Bay story that's developing in Major League Baseball that will lead us into this Fact or Fiction, because I have a Fact or Fiction on the Tampa Bay Rays.
So if you remember, Tampa had discussed, I thought they already had this approved, Lance, of playing half their season in Montreal, half their home schedule in Montreal this year.
It's quite the travel from Tampa to Montreal.
It is. The Major League Baseball people have shut that down today and said that is not happening. You will not play in Montreal. So now, over the last 40 minutes or so, their owner apparently is meeting with the media, and it's being discussed whether or not he's going to put the team up for sale or if they're going to go to Major League Baseball and ask permission to seek moving. That they may move out of Tampa.
What was even the connection there? Was it just Montreal was once a pretty good baseball market with the Expos?
It would be a money grab. He knew that they could sell tickets there because they want baseball back. There's a big organization wants baseball back in Montreal.
So just having 40 games there would be enough of a money grab.
There's also a big organization in Nashville, Tennessee that wants a baseball team in Nashville.
A lot more sense.
It's got a lot of big names in it. And this sounds like those people went to Major League Baseball and said, why are you going to let a team split time in Montreal and Tampa when we're a perfectly suitable destination? We've got everything lined up. Just send them to us.
And as a Rays fan, that's what I want happens, and that's where we start with Fact or Fiction. Tampa Bay Rays, they play baseball in another city starting in 2023. Fact or Fiction?
I'm still going to go fiction because we've heard this for years. Look, that's such a great organization, but I've been to the Trop, and it is the worst venue I've ever been to. It is a complete dump. So they need to do something with it. I don't know if they draw enough fans. I'm still going to say fiction until I actually see it in print. I'll go fiction.
2023?
Yeah.
That seems too quick, so I think I'll go fictional too.
I already have a minor league baseball park that can handle.
I mean, that's a small park for a major league
16
team.
to 20,000. I mean, Pittsburgh's only 30,000.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, really your facilities are your big thing there, right? You'd have to have major league, what the union would agree to for locker rooms and clubhouses.
Played some baseball in Buffalo the last couple of years because of the pandemic.
Of course, I don't think Tampa draws 16,000 now.
You'd hope it goes up in Nashville, though, right?
No, yeah, but I'm saying if you had to for one season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you build your stadium right over there where Nissan Stadium is?
Oh, absolutely.
Just
I'd make it part
at
of
the
the
end of
boardwalk.
Broadway?
Yeah, right there. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Fact or fiction? I should take this out because we were just talking to somebody who does business in Jacksonville. The NFL should relocate the Jacksonville franchise and start over. Get rid of the Jaguars, move them to a new city, and start over. Fact or fiction?
I would ask you first, where's that city? Because we talked about the growth of Austin and the tech and what's going on there. But
Cowboys will never let a team in Austin.
I don't think they ever would. And, that was the same situation with San Antonio. So I don't know another viable market right now. And Jacksonville is a viable market. It's just it's been a terrible product. And a lot of people don't want to spend money on a terrible product. So I'm going to say that is fiction. It is. The question was, are they going to stay, right?
Yeah. Should they move them? Yeah.
Should they move?
Will they move them?
I'm going to say fiction.
Yeah, it's fiction. And I hope they don't because it's probably London. If they move them, it's probably they're going to move them to England.
And that is the worst decision.
I would hate
That'd be an awful decision. And just moving them, is that going to make them a better franchise?
No.
I
mean, Shad Khan got more money than he could spend. He
Yeah.
thought he had the right coach in Urban Meyer. Didn't work out. Thought he had the right draft pick in Trevor Lawrence. We'll see how that works out. It looks bad right now.
Jim Harbaugh coaches Michigan in 2022. Fact or fiction?
All right, so real quick, before you answer this, Lance, a lot of people are reacting to this. On Twitter, the official Michigan account sent out a photo of the Michigan helmet, and all that said was hail to the victors. And a lot of people are reading into that because it just kind of came out of the blue.
H-A-I-L or H-E-L-L? It's very important.
The deal was done behind the scenes to keep Harbaugh.
That's what a lot of people are speculating now.
And I'm going to say that fiction, he is going to be there in 2022 and beyond. Look, he finally beat Ohio State. He got him to a college football playoff. He's comfortable. He's going to get the money back that he gave back to him last year. I don't know why you'd go to the NFL. You can't control it. And if he goes to Vegas, like Bruce Feldman said, a lot of people report that he wants to go to Vegas. He's got Derek Carr as his quarterback. You cannot win a championship with Derek Carr as your quarterback.
Big topic earlier in the show. Stetson Bennett, national championship quarterback, says he's coming back to Georgia. Fact or fiction, Stetson starts all 12 regular season games next year for Georgia.
That's a tough one. That's the toughest one you've asked.
Okay, can I say if not injured?
Injuries aside, as
he's not hurt.
A coaching decision.
If
he's
he
a
is
starter
not
or
hurt,
not the
I'm going to
starter.
say fact because I said this. In 2020, Stetson Bennett was an average quarterback. 2021, he was a pretty good quarterback. If he progresses a little bit more, he can be a B-plus quarterback with that roster around him. He just won him a national championship. I'm going to go fact.
I'm going to go fiction. I don't really have a whole lot to back it up. It's just a gut feeling.
Can't do that to Stetson, man.
It's a tough decision.
You're
to
actually
make.
going fictional.
Fictional and factual. Yeah, I like to do mine different.
He got uppity.
I did get uppity. It's my Jacksonville State education coming out. I try to hide it from you guys most of the time.
Two more, the final two, brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where Brownie filled in last night for trivia while we went over and watched the Alabama-LSU basketball game.
How was I, Rockstar?
Top notch.
That's a heartfelt.
Second best you've ever seen, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
You were just you and the guy last week.
Wow.
Was his name Lance?
Yeah.
You were in the top 2 with him.
Okay.
Second best? I did it one time.
I know. Ian's done it before.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
So I'm at least third
I mean,
best.
I don't know. I'm saying at least second best. Who knows? Anyway, Birmingham Institution, Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis given a key to the city. If you've never had the food before, go try it out. He's been doing it for 30 years. Award-winning wings, burgers, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. You can sit out there, get the ice-cold buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, final two right here. Aaron Rodgers, 8 quarterbacks this weekend. Fact or fiction, Aaron Rodgers has more passing yards than anybody else this weekend.
I am going to go fiction. That is a really good San Francisco defense. San Francisco also will run the football. That's the key to victory in Lambeau. So they'll shorten the game a little bit. I think Aaron Rodgers will have an Aaron Rodgers-like game. He probably won't turn the football over, but I think he goes like 280. Somebody will have a 350 game.
Who?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen or Mahomes. The Bills-Chiefs is going to be your shootout game. That's why I go fiction.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Stafford or it could be Brady.
Yep, Bills,
so
Chiefs.
I should take all my money, go to Vegas, and put it on the over
That's
in the
exactly
Kansas City
what
Buffalo
you should
game?
Do. That is absolutely what
I'm
you
not
call
saying
Maggie
you should
right
do
now.
that.
No,
Yeah.
he should, Lance.
Okay, everybody.
Yeah, every time.
I'm just saying, if you could go field or Aaron Rodgers, most passing yards, take the field.
Get ready for Bills-Chiefs 9-6
Yeah,
final score.
Yeah. It's going to be 3-0.
Final one, Rockstar, you have to chime in here. By the year 2030, The Rock and Kevin Hart will own 25% of all streaming on all platforms. They'll be starring in all streaming on all platforms.
Well, I hope that is fiction.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with fiction.
You don't like those movies?
They're
no,
in
I like
everything.
The Rock. I like Kevin Hart. They would be fun guys to hang out with. I'm not going to say they're the best thespians on the world. Or
It's a-
on the
it's a
face of the
cycle.
planet.
Oh, I thought they liked men.
About 10 years ago, 10 or 13 years ago, Ben Stiller was in like 15 movies in 1 year. Every movie had been. It's a cycle. So no, I disagree with that. But they're going to be good for the next 2 or 3 years. Where anything they pump out will be.
Do you think they'll
big money.
ever starve?
Kevin Hart and The Rock? No.
I mean,
Everybody
what
says
does Kevin Hart eat? Like a handful of food to
Nuts.
keep him? I mean, he's only, what,
He's a
5
squirrel.
foot?
He's 5'3".
5'3". Yeah.
Did you see? All right, so The Rock was a guest on the Manning cast for the Monday night game.
Yeah, I wasn't listening. I saw it was on a TV.
Yeah,
but
and he had like a dinosaur skeleton behind him, and they say now that is worth $31 million.
well, they say he's got the biggest T-Rex collection, bigger than any museum in the world.
Well, that was $31 million.
That's when you've got too much money to spend.
I would agree.
Not only do you have a T-Rex, I got a collection.
I got a collection of
And I got to
T-Rexes.
remind The Rock, Nick Cage never thought he could spend all his money,
That's
and
right.
he did.
Now, The Rock's got more than Nick Cage, but Nick Cage flat blew through his.
I didn't see The Rock in Con Air.
I've never been a fan of wanting
If
to go
they
see.
redid it, he would be the guy.
Yeah, he would.
Like I was in D.C., the Smithsonian. I went. I mean, the big dinosaur skeleton they have there.
Are you not a dinosaur guy?
No, and I mean, it's a skeleton. It's not an exciting
There's
thing
not
to
a-
You know,
look
they
at.
don't have any real dinosaurs anymore. It's all skeletons.
It really is hard to find one.
I know, but I mean, it's not I'd rather see like
Sir Attenborough tried to bring them back to Costa Rica. It didn't work out.
I don't want to go see a big stack of bones. I'd rather see Niagara Falls. I mean, at least water's moving there. That skeleton does nothing.
Yeah, but that's better. Like, would you rather see like an Indian head arrow that killed some kind of general, or would you rather see a velociraptor?
I think a
claw?
velociraptor, yeah.
I think there's something cool.
And let
about
me
the
tell you,
dinosaur.
I'd rather see the Apollo landing module. I mean, my imagination, I can at least see that.
Yeah, but your
You don't
dad said
even-
that wasn't
you don't
real.
even
It's
believe
not
they
even
landed
real.
on the moon.
Yeah, you're going to be looking at an empty room.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's my dad. that
By the
doesn't
way,
believe that.
Niagara Falls, Gatlinburg with a waterfall. I've been.
You've been?
Yeah. Waterfall's nice, but I mean, once you've seen it, you've
But
seen
do
it.
you think it's possible somebody really went off in a barrel and survived?
Oh, yeah. People do it all the time.
No, they do that.
Yeah.
I've seen tape.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe.
No, they do.
And that wasn't like souped up like they did for Wild
I mean,
World.
people
Wide
die
World
on the
Sports.
Cahaba every summer.
That's just wooden barrels they did it.
I don't know. That's tough.
Gatlinburg's Panama City with mountains, and Niagara Falls is Gatlinburg with a waterfall.
A recap from Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl on last night's win, Auburn and Alabama, in our final segment on TNR. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, FarmFolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With FarmFolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by FarmFolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at FarmFolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, FarmFolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. That's where you get Jeremy Purvis as the plumber you need to have on standby. Really, the plumber. And he's a wonderful guy there. The guy that can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs. He brings us the lock every day. Lance, who's on a heater right now, is going to send one out a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor. Not a heater?
Bad night last night.
You ignore those.
What's the opposite of a heater?
He's on a warmer.
I was William H. Macy last night in the cooler.
He's a cooler.
He's a cooler last night. It means he gets hot tonight. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing right there. Go check them out at ironmountainworld.com or call them up 205-516-4927. 516-4927. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures. They are licensed, bonded, insured. They'll give you free quotes as well. Nobody beats them. It's our friend Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing.
Birmingham Stallions have named their head coach. Have you seen this?
I have not. Colin Cowherd made the announcement today of the 4 remaining coaches, including the Birmingham Stallions. It is not Gene Chizik, that would have been earlier reported.
Raleigh Deutsch is not, right?
He passed away.
No,
Raleigh Deutsch.
We're not going to use him.
Hold on, let me guess. I'm going to say...
You know this guy. You guys both know this name, and I'll even give you a hint. He was a college head coach last year.
Hal Mummy is the coach.
I don't know that he was a college head coach last year.
I was told, by the way, I was told last night by a reliable source, Hal Mummy wanted the Spain Park High School job.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Randy Edsel.
It is not Randy Edsel. Skip Holtz. Skip Holtz is the head coach of the Birmingham Stallions.
Interesting. Yeah. We know his agents. I think.
We do. That was going to be my next hint.
There might be a correlation with there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was easy for them to sign the papers.
Yeah. So Skip Holtz is the new coach of the Birmingham Stallions.
That is correct.
The plan is for the USFL to make a big announcement on Tuesday here in Birmingham. We'll bring you part of that here on the show, and then play the full season with all 8 teams here in Birmingham this year. Next year to have 2 cities, Birmingham and another city, to have 4 teams each stationed there. And then in year 3, everybody play in their home cities and then move forward like the NFL and other professional leagues. It's a 3-year plan, $150 million put in by Fox Television, who owns the rights, which is why Cowherd made that announcement earlier today. Before we get out of here, a little Auburn and Alabama basketball. First, the Auburn Tigers last night. Wendell Green here talking about did this team get caught looking ahead past Georgia to Kentucky?
Can't talk about Kentucky at all coming into this game. We always take it one game at a time. So now our focus is shifted to Kentucky. But we always want to respect our opponent, no matter what the record is. And that's what we did tonight.
And that's Auburn getting the win. Now they do get to play Kentucky this weekend. Kentucky, by the way, has won 2 of the last 3, but the last 5 meetings between those two decided by single digits. Auburn's on a 14-game win streak. Nate Oates, after Alabama broke a 3-game losing streak last night, talking about the team trying to get its swagger back.
Guys, before the game, let's get back. We had a swagger about us last year where we knew we were going to come in and play harder than everybody we played. And if shots dropped at a high rate, like they did against LSU last year, we win the game by 30, 40. If they don't drop, we still win the game. It may be by 6, 8, 10, but we're going to win the game because we're going to play harder than you. I thought tonight, if you look, we had 19 boards. They only had 9. We win the rebounding battle by 8. I thought our guys played hard. So I thought it came to fruition. Let's just play hard, and if we shoot a great percentage, we win in a blowout. If not, we won a tight one, and we won a tight one.
Yeah, they did, and that's part of our Hemp Hill right there. Sounds of the game from last night. Big wins for Auburn and Alabama.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now. 205-229-2090.
Remember, the show, if you're on with the stream right now, starts right back here in a few seconds. We're always there for you on YouTube, Facebook. You can go back and watch the show at any time. We are back tomorrow live, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.